that box. Ugh. God, this music's so fucking loud. And people already here? Yo, what's up, everybody? How I doing? You ought to be amazed at the shit I've done in the free time. Stream started. Fuck yeah. Alright. Why isn't chat appearing on screen? I'll never fucking know. Fucker. Why? Oh. I heard a sound effect. So I heard a sound effect somewhere. Anyway, how's everyone doing? Hi, how are you? I hope we all doing pretty fucking good. I'm gonna turn down the music just a little bit. Save myself. I'm gonna turn myself down a little bit. When it came to watching my stream, or like rewatching certain segments, I was speaking like crazy. I keep hearing. What? Is it working here? Nope. Let's not show y'all that. That's a quick way to fuck myself over. Little Quips, I'm doing alright. Jack's doing great. Zach is doing fine. Had a pretty bad day of writing. I can't lie, trying to build the power system more, but I've got no ideas. Oh, that's not bueno. That's not very fun now. Yeah, no. I set this up. First of all, let's get this correct. I set this up. In the meantime, chat's meant to be there, right? And chat's there. It worked finally. Fucking hell. Fucking aye. No. There we go. Nope. About there. I've decided upon the MC's powers though. Win some, lose some. Ooh. It's the message sound. That makes a lot more sense. How the fuck can I stop that? It's you guys. Hopefully not everything is like 2-bit, like terrible bit rate. Also, chat should be like immediate now, so I should be able to see y'all's chat and then respond immediately. Oh. Hi, Helios. Bump. Yeah, you want to say hi to chat real quick, Gil? Before we carry on reading? Before I get my heart broken by probably what's going to come? Do you have fleas? How the fuck have you got? No, it's just, never mind. Really? Yep, really. I found out... Wow, it's a cat. I found that chat latency was like 5 whole seconds for some fucking reason. And, well, put it plainly, it was annoying as fuck. Not me realizing that chat probably needs to get something to highlight them a bit better. Damn, it is quicker. Yeah, exactly. It should be way better. Like, way fucking better. Can I just make it black? It has always been a... Wait, what? It has always been on. Oh, for the latency. Yeah, no, that's true. Latency's always been like really, really fucking bad. Yes, I would like to sign in. Oh, the black is not that much better. I just wanted to see if the black was better. It won't allow me to add, like, strokes. Which is buns, I can't lie. You almost missed the stream? No, you didn't. You're like 5 minutes late, dude. This UI low-key looks like novel bin. I don't, no idea what the fuck. Do you mean for, like, what I'm, the actual Shadow Slave thing? Because that's not novel bin. That's, Novel Fire, I think this is. Which is Manga Fire's, like, sibling website. That's the name of it. You didn't get a notification? You came in that quick? Appreciate it. Love to see it. Also, the alert box is down there. So hopefully, fingers crossed, anyone subscribes, my skeleton boy should pop up. He's clearly using Web Novel's official site, wink wink nudge nudge. Oh yeah, obviously. Why would I use any other website other than Web Novel? You'll see my comments in chapter 2,700. I used to read without the account and this shit. Wait. Are you not using Web Novel anymore? Brother, do you know how expensive that is? And to be fair, I still am. I still bought like a shit ton of chapters, but I've only bought up to chapter like 500. I am buying it. I've also pre-ordered the fucking book. So, in this case, it's not really that bad. Let's close those down. Let's move this UI over here. Move you over there. And spread you open. Pause. I'm so sorry for the crudeness. Ding. I can't shrink you, apparently. I was playing Shadow of the Erd Tree and went on YouTube for background noise and I saw you were alive. Base. What boss you at? Because I just got done finishing a Pyromancy run. Not that long ago. I want to say like a month ago. Something like that. Also, I'm turning off the fucking notification noise. Oh my god. I hate that so goddamn much. Let's keep it to that one, please. Show view icons. No. Disable. Thank you. Save the changes. And fuck off. There we go. I left on Twin Moon Renala. Not a fun boss. That's a lie. I really like Renala. I just fucking hate fighting her. I meant daily challenges. You can, but you can only do so many. And you also can't do it for, like, the same novel over and over and over again. Why? What? Don't disconnect, please. Alright, where did we leave off last time? I'm doing a boss weapon runner swap to whatever boss I kill after. Sick. And a Renala Twin Blades too. Got the fucking Sword of Night and Flame, but worse. At least you should have the Dante's Talisman, so at least it's gonna hit like a fucking cannon. I saw the YouTube post and then set an alarm clock for 30 minutes before 6 o'clock. Fucking okay. Fair enough, Quibbs. Also, I tried to make you I tried to make you like a little moderator over chat recently, and YouTube was like, "You need this guy's email," and I was like, "Fuck off." Fine, I just won't moderate. Today is a supreme suffering because I also have to decide what weapon my MC has to use. A fuck off side slim sword. Almost a Shvyander, but not a Shvyander. Square Quibby. The underused and cool. Or a staff. A staff is just a cooler looking spear. I'll die in that hill, by the way. Staffs are so fucking cool. Top 3 weapons ever made. Also. Let me pause the music real quick. And just, go back here. I got fucking... At near the end of my stream... There we go. Near the end of my stream... because stream beats kept turning off and going to other music, I got fucking several copyrights on my fucking channel for it. No one's claimed anything because it's just background music and it's all affiliated with stream beats. But because it's not verbatim stream beats music, they could the publishers could still just copyright my shit. So I got like 6 copyright messages when I woke up before. I was like, why? What the fuck? So ass. There's music playing? Yeah. I mean, now there is. Y'all should hear it now, at the very least. That's how I unlocked most of the chapters, huh? Sometimes you get, like, a 30-50 pass. It's not just book specific. Yeah, true, but also, I don't know if you've ever tried to read a couple of those books. A couple of books on web novel, but they're like ass. I tried to read the vampire one that's very popular. Holy fuck, it's terrible. I got like 30 chapters into that and I dropped it so goddamn fast. I've never read a story and been like, is this AI before AI? Is this ChatGPT generated before it came to life? Actually fucking stupid. Anyway, music live stream got copyright near the end, so that's fun. It didn't affect the stream. The stream is still up, so if we want to go back, we can, which is good. That's good news. But, you know, just not the best thing to hear. I should probably let TikTok know I'm actually live. If my internet isn't being ass. You unlocked 1,000 fuck that. I mean, impressive. Gotta give you that. But, hell no. Could it be me? Yeah, Quips? I'm pretty sure that the YT mod in your channel, I think there's a stream mod. And then there's a YT mod. Is there? Come join. Wow. No. You can't even fucking read that. Being made a mod another chance, but no one's ever had to email me. I think I might have been looking at YouTube mods then, because only option was the only one I had like a proper option for. Can y'all still hear the music, by the way? Should be able to, at the very least. There we go. What did I miss? Nothing. We've just been chatting for the better half of like 15 minutes. Novel Fire now. I'm not gonna lie. Because Arc was being so fucking ass yesterday, I just swapped to a different website. Or a different web browser, and it was the first one that popped up, so yeah, I guess we're using Novel Fire today. Permissions? No. Nah, fuck it. We'll figure it out. I literally bought all the chapters. I don't have $2,000 to do that. So. Oh, wait, no, it's not $2,000. It's like a couple hundred, but still. Let me hop on the thingy then. Oh wow, okay, wrong one. I promise we will get the reading, inevitably, at some point. Some point today we will actually get the reading. No, fuck off. Ding ding ding. There you go. Kirbs is you're now a standard moderator, baby. Also, if you're here, you might as well like the stream. I see there's 10 of y'all in here. Alright, Kirbs. There we go. It's fucking thing changed in the chat for me. At the very least. I don't know if anyone else can see it. But I see it, and that's all I need to know. I've ascended. Yeah, when you hover over a person, it should be 3 dots in the corner. Yeah. I found it. I went from master to transcended. Hell yeah, baby. Let's go. Anyway. Reading. What happened last time? I literally made a video last night about it. Mordric came back. Told Sonny to keep Noctis alive. Noctis, those ugly ass statues he made, like, what? 680? Something like that. Are now convex. They're gonna be jumping the Ivory City. And something is covering the fucking moon. So, we're living it. We're living it, we're vibing it. Surviving it? I don't know. I don't know if Noctis is gonna survive these next 15 chapters, and that's gonna hurt my soul personally. But, hey, what can I say? I can say a lot. I can cry. But you know what I can do to contradict that? You'll never see me cry. Under the mercy of the transcended Kirbs. Anyway. Let's get fucking reading. Chapter 715. Boarding Party. A silver disc of the moon was slowly being devoured by the darkness as if throwing into the vast and impenetrable shadow. Oh. You see my mouse? Yeah, you can as well. Shadow's domain? What? I feel like I'm being introduced into a new concept here. What the fuck is a domain? Is this some JJK shit? Difference is it's planetary? Because how the fuck are they covering the moon? Have faith in the goat, Josh. I'll never underestimate or undermine anything that Doctus is capable of. Domain expansion. Just fucking exploded or something. Did I? I just said the moon's gone. It gone. It's like JJK, but also different. Oh, okay. Great. Fuck my life. Oh, wow, that is an astronomical drop in power. He went from being confident in two-manning these bitches to shitting bricks over the idea of fighting Sylvain. Just Sylvain. It's part of the powers which you are not introduced to. Clearly. I've never fucking heard of a domain, so yeah, I'd expect so. Sorry, that was very sarcastic. I'm very, very sorry. Change of plans. We would have to keep the Sun Prince busy for a bit too, as I try and deal with Sylvain. Best of luck with you, my friends, and to me as well. You won't be introduced to these powers true form for like, I don't know, 2,000 to 1,500 chapters. I'm never finishing this series. This is gonna be my Game of Thrones. Stunny stayed into the outer space and where the sorcerer had just been a moment ago, and his sudden expression, his momentary least to Paul, was broken by Cassie's shout. Ugh. Hair in my face. Fucking hell, 1800s. That's 1,000 chapters away, baby. Let's fucking go. I don't want to be too specific, but at the same time, to let you know, it's not something you missed. Yeah, okay. That's all I need to really know. I just fucking realized something. 1 minute. I could do something that can make my life a little bit easier when it comes to reading chat. First of all, you. Nope. Let's grab you. drag you like this. There we go. So now I don't have to. Chat's right there, officially. A large fleet was closing in on the swift vessel. Its formation in a mass became a 14 ghastly stone abominations, wreaking havoc on the flying ships. A corrupted creature. I like how Noctis just has corrupted creatures just laying up. On the good side, you won't be hit with daily cliffhangers. We get hurt daily, abused by G3. Yes, someone mentioned this yesterday. How I don't know what chapter it was. Like the last chapter yesterday that got released was a POV perspective change. Huh. Okay. I didn't know his spear could glow. That bastard G3, he built up his ox for so long, and then he switches the ELC abomination, the abhorrent bully, the nonsensical devil, the corrupted titan of evil. Always switches POVs at the worst time. That's how I feel about Oda. Anytime he writes anything to do with Blackbeard, he switches perspectives at the worst fucking time. It's the most insufferable thing about him. I hit a nerve, I think. Yeah. A little one. Just a little incy-wincy nerve. Also, I didn't know her spear could glow. I feel like I should have learned that back in the Forgotten Shore, but I didn't know that was possible. I forgot Effie's insane. I forgot Effie's a little bit insane. What the fuck was that? Anyway, 7-16, head of the snake. I like that wording. A swift figure skirted across the sky, and then a black steel landed on the deck of a flying ship, its eyes burning with a crimson light. The stallion of a coat that was as black as night, 2 horns of adamantite metal, and fangs that resembled those of a wolf. On its back rode a graceful knight clad in onyx armor, a scarlet blade of Herodachi, matching 2 ruby eyes, 2 ruby lights shining behind the visor of her closed helmet. Without pause, the Dark Rider sent her steed forward, and her sword flashed, beheading the nearest warriors of the Sun Legion in one smooth strike. Another awakened froze for a moment, suddenly gasped at a cold feeling of dread. I'll always love how G3 describes the shadows. I'll dog that man for a lot of stupid shit he puts in his chapters. And I mean a lot of stupid shit he puts in his chapters. One thing I'll never, ever undermine is his ability to write the shadows themselves. Gotta give it to him. He has He has us by the hook. Yeah. And it's a fucking big hook, too. As fear crawled into the hearts, the terrifying crimson flames burning in the eyes of the tremulous stallion ignited even brighter. Its head... it moved its head, biting into the neck of one of the soldiers, tearing it wide open. G3. I love how he describes this fuck-ass horse like a dog. Wait, what? As a gale of wind raised by mighty wings, froth some of the feet, a repulsive creature crashed onto the deck, resembled a giant lion with the head of a raven. Oh! Is this, fucking bastard. What's the thing from the Forgotten Shore? Oh, what's it called? These were the things keeping the spires safe. It's the representation of the original, not the original cohorts, but like the OG members of Forgotten Shore, like the Anger, the OG warriors. The fuck's it called? Spire Messenger. That's it. Is that what he turned a snake into? It is? Yeah. You got what you wanted? Yeah. About fucking time. Need this snake to turn into something cool. I'll move my mouse. You know what? In fact, how about I do this? Oh, bollocks. What have I done? Ah, fuck's sake. I just want to stop catching my sat. There we go. There you go. Now you can't see my mouse. That's all I fucking wanted. The snake has its own mind. No worries. I remember everything. I got you. He sent that off into the shadow realm. Here's the thing, I remember shit. I'm just bad with names. I'm terrible with names. It's embarrassing. Heike. He got the novel back from the shadow realm. That I'm good at doing. Yeah, there we go. The soul serpent who assumed the form of the spire messenger reached out with its 6 arms and sliced 6 bodies apart with its talons. Birds sprayed into the air and the chilling, ghastly wail escaped from its beak. I fucking missed this stupid ass bird. I can't lie. That is unironically one of the better fights in the Forgotten Shore. That might be a hot take, but it is. It's objectively one of the cooler fights in the Forgotten Shore. What? You shout try being bad with names while listening to the novel. I don't think I've ever listened. That's a lie. I listened to the first bit of it's like an AI rendering of the first 1,000 chapters, but I only wanted to listen to the actual like first nightmare, and it sounded like ass. I couldn't do it. I don't know what it is. I just can't do it. I can't I can't listen to something that I'm reading. Not actively reading, at the very least. I know the site has a built-in. If I go all the way back up, I know it has like a listener, but I can't be asked to on that. Oh, maybe I could for use though. Fuck it, we'll try next chapter. Chapter 717, we'll put on the audio voice guy to see how it works for you. It's ass. I know it's ass. I listened to it. It's just up there, dude. But like I said, we'll play for the next chapter. If Sonny really wanted to attack it, if Sonny really wanted to attack with it, he would never telegraph his strike so clearly. Instead, the cruel sight shot forward from below, piercing the captain through the chest. Infused with the divine flame, it was easily set through his armor and flesh, killing the man on the spot. God damn. I just see cruel sight and I kind of missed the weapon. Google has a reading mode, which is a bit better. Eh. The warmongers only had time to look at Sonny with eyes clouded by pain and smile happily. Then he looked down like a tree that had been cut down by an axe. Damn crazies. Captain was dead, which would make things easier for Sonny. However, there were still a dozen wakened warriors on the deck of the ship, now fully aware of his presence, clamoring to spill his blood. Sonny had fought plenty of Sylvain's followers in the Red Colosseum and knew very well how skilled and powerful they were. He was not sure of his ability to survive a battle against that many, especially now that he had no shadows augmenting his body. The three of them, with Saint Serpent and Nightmare, and the fourth one laid on the bloody deck behind him, served at his eyes, with the enemies possessing such a terrible numeric advantage. Judge surroundings. Memories are such a good system for adding new weapons and tools. Yeah, it's such a... I think memories are such a clever way to just say inventory. It's really fucking clever. You can tell G3 used to write for games. The best part of memories is the lore. I do love reading the lore. Anytime a memory pops up, I'm like, ooh, how is this thing made? Or, ooh, how is this thing connected? Like when we... when Sonny first got the armor that kept him alive. That was connected to a stone saint in the Nether. And then he fixed it, and he learned a bit more information about it. I was like, that's kind of sick. That's kind of sick. And then there's all sort of themes of nightmares. And something which you'll learn way later. Hi, Artemis. How you doing? I always forget he has this fuck-ass lantern that can just turn anything into darkness for, like, a solid minute. It's such a needlessly broken ability. Or memory to have, even. Oh, never mind. I've got it there. Let's just turn you on. No, not darkness. Shadows. In this world, they are very different. Yeah. In the way I'm describing it, it's same old, but I don't know. So far. It's a divine memory. Yeah. I know shit, Sherlock. It's broken. It's an incredible fucking memory to have. Or because your snake decided to level up. No. Your ability to dance. Yeah. I guess that's something I don't really get time to think about. Is that when Sonny has to fight these fucking armies. What chapter are you on, bro? 716. Is that literally every single person who he's fighting technically has a unique way of fighting. And that's fucked. That's just fucked. Somewhere there. Just Sonny, you Sonny's insane. I love how insane Sonny is. Sonny's the sole reason why my MC's powers have little battle focus, but I got OP so fast. Actually, it used to be dance which Sonny converted into battle arch. I almost hit my cat. Alright. On my side of things, I'll turn down the music a little bit. How many songs do we have left in this playlist? Fucking plenty. Alright. Let's turn on this stupid fucking AI audio shit.
As 100 souls plummeted to their deaths in a rain of wooden debris, the four-armed devil who had doomed him to death laughed madly. Of course. He was falling with the rest, but unlike most of the warriors on the broken ship, the devil had long grown accustomed to plummeting from great heights. After all, he had once spent a whole month falling into the endless darkness of the sky below. Dissolving into the shadows, Sonny appeared on the deck of the nearest ship. His sword flashed, ending the life of a Sun Legion soldier that stood in his way and sending blood spraying into the night air. There was only a moment before the enemies would shrug off the shock of his sudden arrival, and he did not waste any time. Lunging forward, Sonny struck another warrior in the back with the cruel sight. Slashed the midnight. As 100 souls plummeted to their deaths in rain wooden debris, the four-armed devil had doomed him to death last night.
What the fuck? Why did...
As 100 souls plummeted to their deaths in a rain of wooden debris, the four-armed devil who had doomed him to death laughed madly.
Okay. That speaks a lot better. It's my suggestion, but you should try reading it out loud to make it more engaging. You can increase the speed. Here's the thing. I would try and read it out loud, but my dyslexia will kick in, and I will fuck myself over. I've already fucked myself over several times trying to read it out loud. At least semi-comfortably. Don't you fucking dare follow me. Is there any way? Right then. Nope. Let's never do that again. The fuck's bionic reading? The page is... Hello? Oh, I hate that. Fuck off them. It also doesn't help that, like, fucking having two different bright lights damn themselves on me is hurting like hell. As 100 souls plummeted to their deaths in a rain of wooden debris, the four-armed devil who had doomed them to death laughed madly. Don't worry, my dyslexia will negate yours. So in the end, it all balances out. You're not the one reading it out loud. I am. There is a dyslexia mode, to be fair. But it looks like actual horseshit. I'll try it, though. There's a Discord with an audiobook. I'm not joining a Discord to just get a fucking audiobook. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Dark Silver. I'm not doing that. Of course, he was falling with the rest, but unlike most of the warriors on the broken ship, the devil had long grown accustomed to plummeting from great heights. After all, he had once spent a whole month falling into the endless abyss of the sky below. Dissolving into the shadows, Sonny appeared on the deck of the nearest ship. His sword flashed, ending the life of the Sun Legion soldiers that stood in his way, sending blood spraying into the night air. There was only a moment before the enemies would shrug off the shock of his sudden arrival, and so he did not waste any time. Lunging forward, Sonny struck another warrior in the back with the cruel sight, slashed the midnight sword across the throat of the enemy archer, and wrapped his tail around the neck of the third soldier, sending the last one overboard with a powerful throw. He bared his teeth and briefly glanced into the night sky. Out there in the lightless void, Effie and Kai had managed to slaughter an entire crew of one of the ships and sent the vessel crashing into the rest of the formation. The little girl jumped off the rails at the last moment, and the swift archer caught her, carrying both away forward to the next target. I accidentally smothered... Fucking what? I just accidentally smothered... I was actually able to read better with this font. Yeah, I just realized that now, that like reading this out loud, this ugly ass font specifically works shockingly well. Have you tried the OC by Griffin Taylor? Is that copyrighted? Because I'm not getting that stream to do that. It's a type of checkmate. Oh yeah, I forgot you like chess. Like chess, hate Connect 4. You should try Microsoft Edge AI. No, I've tried it. Fuck me, I hate it. I would have to install Microsoft Edge, and I'm never doing that again. Who recommended that? Who was the stupid ass fucking YouTuber that recommended doing that? Was it Light Novel Historian? I remember seeing a video of like a predominant... I think it might have been him. Connect 4 or some bullshit. Kirbs, don't you fucking dare go on another rant. No. The last rant you went on went on for like 40 fucking minutes. We're not doing that again. I know it's bullshit. That's all you need to know. C4 hate till my bones decay. Yes, it was him. Yeah, no, fuck that. Fuck that and that stupid ass suggestion. Because they all sound like shit. The ship where Satan Nightmare led was silent and dark, not a soul moving on it. Everyone was already dead, and the vessel was carrying to the side, ready to plummet down. The black cruiser galloped across the bloody deck and soared into the sky, breaching a gap of 100 meters with a single jump and landing among the Feared Awakens on a different ship. Saint Scarlet Odachi flashed. The Soul Serpent crashed onto the deck of another flying vessel. The previous one he had visited breaking apart as it fell into the darkness before the warriors could react to the appearance of a ghastly abomination. Its shape suddenly shifted, turning into a mass of liquid darkness. Shadowslave hate and historian. Oh, does historian hate Shadowslave? What he hates most is Mushoku Tensei. Good. Fucking ass. Finished that first novel. It was not fun. Cool characters. You can never get me to read anything more. Then the darkness flowed into a figure of a menacing knight. Its black armor forged from a lustrous off. What the fuck is that? Anthracite steel and decorated with an interior graving with the great sword of the knight rose and fell into the guillotine, severing flesh and bone. Is this the fucking knight that gutted Sunny? Is that what Soul Serpent turned into? He turned into a worse Stone Saint? Or I guess Marble Saint, I think she is right now. I have food. Sorry. I forgot I had food. I don't know, every time I see something from him, regardless of Shadowslave, he's so negative. I'm not surprised, though. I'm not surprised he's so negative about it. Not bad. I took way too big of a bite. Oh my god. I also just realized y'all can't hear the music at all. Hopefully y'all can hear it now. Oh my god. Fucking bollocks. Okay, I think I'm good. I've only seen him being negative about Shadowslave scaling. To be fair, the scaling does it's fucking wacky. It's fucking wacky. I think if you think about Mordred's ability technically, and how he is not, like, in any real sense killable right now, with how his mirror ability works, he is essentially Lightspeed. And that's silly. That's incredibly silly. Like, thinking about trying to scale this series, it gives me a headache, so I don't even fucking try. What is that you're drinking? Is it Fanta? Fuck no. Fanta's Fanta's cringe. I'm drinking Iron Brew. Iron Brew, a Scottish fine. Scotland's finest. And the only drink in the entire world that Coke could not outsell in Scotland. It could outsell every drink Coke could outsell every other drink across the world but Scotland when it comes to Iron Brew. Did you ever make progress in Lord of Mysteries? No. Should I do a live read of Lord of the Mysteries? Like when I'm done with Volume 4 and I'm scripting out how to do the YouTube video. In that meanwhile, should I just read it? For shits and giggles. Are you drinking 2 liters of Iron Brew a day or what? No. It's the same one from yesterday. But I did drink this, and I'm already halfway through it again. See? I drank all of this today, and I am back down to being halfway through. I drank like a bitch. Lord of Mysteries is great, but Shadow Slave is just more entertaining from the start. You should try Mother of Learning in your free time. Possibly, although I enjoy Lord of Mysteries OG chapters, you might need some assistance from us. Nah. I'd stay focused on one thing at a time. Yeah, true. Unfortunately for you, though, I do have crippling ADHD. And staying focused on one thing at a time is fucking impossible. Effie and Kai had taken out 2 ships while he and his shadows took out 4. The gargoyles had destroyed even more, and at this rate, obliterating the entire fleet was not going to be as impossible as it had seemed. But of course, that's just an illusion. The main reason for that being a simple but inescapable fact that the reserves of essence was not going to last very long. Every time Sonny had used Shadow Step to travel between ships, he had wasted a big chunk of his. Not to mention the fact that he is using multiple active enchantments at the same time was constantly draining it. As well, the Shadow Lantern was especially gluttonous. I grew up going to my best friend's house a lot, and there was this first-gen immigration from Peru, and they showed me the wonders of Ica Cola. What's Ica Cola? Is that a country? When it comes to geography and anything that bad, what the fuck is... Or is it a drink? Sounds like a drink. Ica Cola is an iconic neon yellow Peruvian soft drink created in 1935 by British immigrants Joseph Robinson Lindale. Famous for its unique, sweet, fruity flavor, often described as bubblegum, cream soda, or candy, known as the Golden Cola. It is a staple of a Peruvian nation, identifies and outsells Coca-Cola in Peru. Huh. Fair enough. Sounds nice. This is the only other drink I've ever heard of actually outselling Coca-Cola anywhere that isn't Iron Brew. Enchantments are such a cool thing, adds depth to the power system. Peruvian soda. Makes me want to steal it. Steal it. You can get away with it. Just don't be pussy. Anyway. Every time Serpent had killed an enemy, a small amount of the essence flowed into Sonny's core. However, the formless shadow was consuming its own essence at a terrible speed. Not only did it have to expand it to maintain the form of the other creatures, but also using their abilities at cost too. The Soul Serpent was not going to be able to keep it up for long. Fucking Christ. The second reason was that for now, the cohort had the element of surprise on their side. As soon as the fleet realized what was going on, taking down the ships was going to grow much, much harder. So, all Sonny could do was deliver as much damage as he could, as fast as he could, and then hope for a miracle. Hope for a miracle. What the fuck are you? Ew. No. Oh. Do you know the fairy about the lantern? No. Do you have a theory about the lantern? If the gods had domains, the Shadow Lantern would just be a piece of the original Shadow God's domain. That's literally my only theory right now. Hence why it's able to protrude like a giant shadow to make everyone blind as fuck. Of course, with his luck, chances were that he would have to create that miracle himself. Killing another enemy, Sonny threw his corpse aside and dashed forward to the captain of the ship, hoping to slay him and sow discord into the coordination of the vessel's crew. I've got an air bubble stuck right there to make me sound like shit. There we go. However, this time he had failed to behead the snake with one swift strike. The officer of the Sun Legion that commanded the ship deflected his attack with frightening ease and then delivered a blow of his own, throwing Sonny back. An angry hiss escaped from his lips. Damnation! I love every time he uses damnation. I fucking love it. It's such a silly word to use. The captain was an ascended and one of remarkable might as well. Throwing a quick glance at the dozen of warriors surrounding him, Sonny gritted his teeth and fought. He fought and fought and fought, and he had in front of the gates of the walking world, surrounded from all sides by nightmare creatures, using everything he had, every trick and deception he could muster, and every little bit of skill and experience he had earned in the past years. Soon the deck of the ship grew slick with blood, most of it human but not all. There are a few drops of his own mixed in it, as well, shining an invisible light of divinity. Sonny killed as many enemies as he could, and then killed even more. The mantle of the underworld rang as it rained with blows landed on it. A few blades finding their way through the thin cracks and biting into his flesh. He spun and danced, reaping lives and jumping through shadows and avoiding being entirely surrounded. The awakened warriors were bad enough, but the ascended captain was simply a menace. No matter what Sonny did, the man simply shrugged it off and all the attacks and pursued, closing distance in a split second, no matter how far away Sonny jumped. This could not go any longer. I need to kill this bastard now. Once again, forced to cross blades with the ascended and struggling to withstand the blow, Sonny activated the Gates of Shadows enchantment, drowning his immediate surroundings in darkness. The soldier stumbled, failing to adjust in time. The ascended, however, had already learned of this ability of his and continued to attack, as though his eyes could adapt to the lack of light. I wonder how they're going to do with the blood and gore on the Mumwa. I hope well. The Mumwa I'm only really terrified of when it comes to adapting characters correctly. Because almost every single piece of art you ever see of Nephis is Nephis with long hair. Nephis needs to be like a tomboy bitch in The Forgotten Shore, who has like medium growth hair by the time we're at the end of The Forgotten Shore. Effie needs to be hilariously tall. Kai needs to be unarguably the most attractive person you see in that novel. Conventionally, obviously. Which part did you not like or feel was lacking? And damnation should be his catchphrase instead of "Are you crazy?" Is his catchphrase officially "Are you crazy?" If so, that's bullshit. G3, you need to change that shit immediately. It's damnation, and nothing's ever changing that. There's also a problem with increasing attractiveness. Yeah, there is that. There's also how to draw attractiveness, too. Nah, it's damnation. Okay. What part of the story did I think was lacking? Communication with other characters is really bad in the third novel. Fuck. Is the third novel just called Chained Isles, or am I forgetting? Oh, I spelled slave correct. Prince of Nothing. And this one's Chainbreaker. Yeah. Have you seen the sneak peek of the Mumwa? Yep. But in the Prince of Nothing, something that like constantly annoyed me was the lack of communication Sunny had. In the novel's canon, for everyone else, it is "Are you crazy?" I mean, for the Forgotten Shore, yeah, I guess so. He said it a lot there. But damnation's like his one. To be fair, he doesn't say it out loud a lot. He thinks it. He just says it up here a lot. But yeah, no, communication with other characters sucked in the Prince of Nothing, but to counteract that, we did get a lot of Rain and a little bit of Jet chapters, which were like really, really fun. I didn't think the action was the best. Like, the tournament, while fun, while giving back to community a little bit, was very boring. Like, very, very boring. For the most part, when it comes to, like, actually seeing how the action played out. The fight with B, actually, was quite fun. That was a very cool fight. And then the fight with Morgan... fight with Morgan's, like, okay. The fight between the two Ascendants and versus Sunny and Mordred was cool. Has the movie been introduced yet? Yeah, we've seen the whole movie. It was shit. That was to be expected given who he is and his emotional state at the time. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, right. They were Masters, not Ascendants. Sorry. The movie? No, we've already seen a movie. Movie was like 2/3 into Prince of Nothing. And it was shit. It was so fucking boring. It was cool to keep Sonny... It was cool to give Sonny what he wanted, which was like less attention. But bear in mind that it was ass. Both terms are usable. I forget. I forget, okay. Ah. Oh, I almost broke something. That would have been bad. Yeah, the movie about the Forgotten Shore. It already happened. It's like right after that event, Sonny set up his shop with Kai's manager, whatever the fuck her name is. This would be very bad for Sunny if he had not counted on this exact fact. Akio's the GOAT. Low-key, yeah. Akio does a lot of shit. How could you forget? How could you forget Akio? Cause she's in it for like, what, a collective 10 chapters? Fucking get off my dick. She's a manager, that's it. Yeah, so that is what makes him famous for that line. Aiko. How Neff would react to the movie. She'd probably hate it. Like, realistically. Because, obviously, she knew about Cass's bullshit, like, right away. I don't think she would appreciate how Sunny was being used in the film. And that's because she was literally the only person really relying on Sunny. I also don't think she'd appreciate how much limelight she was getting specifically. Like, she'd understand why, but I don't think she'd appreciate it or like it. That's what makes a good propaganda movie. What? Everyone who's based on the film fucking hates it? Yeah. Amen. As a film student who went to university for this shit, yeah. Propaganda's strong. She would fucking hate it. She knows how much Sunny carried. Oh, yeah. Also, she loves Sunny. She would want him to have, like, a lot more attention. If he actively wanted it. But undermining him... Like, you could appreciate someone in a film without undermining them. And I feel like that's what she would have wanted. She would want Sunny's accomplishments to be acknowledged without being looked at as like a focused character like Effie, Kai, her, Cassie would have been looked at. Casta, even. Welcome back, Ash. Deactivating the enchantment abruptly, he poured his essence into the cruel sight instead. Instantly, the darkness was replaced by a flash of brilliant sunlight. The captain might have been able to adjust his eyes to see in the dark, but could he do the reverse in an instant? Surprised by the sudden burst of radiant light, the Ascender was blinded for a second, and a second was all Sunny needed. Guided by shadow sense, his spear shot forward and pierced the man's heart. A pulse of divine flame was all it took to make the terrible wound inescapably lethal. The last chapter was a whole lot of nothing. Damn, that sucks. The rest was, if not easy, then at least simple. Sunny faced the remaining soldiers of the crew and slaughtered them one after another. He was close to victory when his shadow noticed something sneaking through the air, aimed at his back. Could it be? Sunny flinched, then fell sideways in the next moment. A massive bolt flew past and struck one of the warriors in the abdomen, throwing the man back into a ragdoll and pinning him against the mast, which then exploded into splinters and toppled. Sunny's eyes grew wider. It seems that the defenders of the Ivory Tower had finally understood the nature of the threat facing them and responded with it. Two more ships were hovering some distance away, both aiming the ballistas, as well as the numerous arrows at one spot. Him. Sunny gritted his teeth and dashed forward as fast as he could. Crap. Shadow Slave is annoying sometimes. Originally I was going to have a God of Shadows in my novel, but Shadow Slave was already... Alright, when it comes to gods, right? When it comes to gods and writing down anything, when it comes to some sort of like mythology you're going to be writing down, concepts are fine, right? A war god is fine, a shadow god is fine, a sun god is fine. You can take all of those fucking things and You can take literally every single god in Shadow Slave and implement them. Bear in mind the Forgotten One. And implement them into the mythology of your world. That's fine, because they're concepts. All you need to do is apply a name and a different purpose for why they exist. You can keep the same general rule of thumb, right? Like the god of, like the sun god being the proprietor of life, the heart god being related to souls or some shit, shadow god related to death. You can keep that as like a basic fundamental. Maybe add like a lot more things, but that would still be fine. Then what about soul leveling then? Soul leveling's dog shit. It's better than most people think, but it's still not a good novel. It's a good web novel, webtoon though. The novel itself sucks ass. Which great clan do you think Sonny would be? Would Sonny choose if he had to? Nephis is one. Make a god of nothing, so a void creature. G3 really likes Greek myth for some reason. In this volume. I can see it. Don't you dare, bitch. I'll smack you the next Wednesday. Just meow. Oh, there we go. Cat's being needy. Cat's being needy. You're being needy. Zeus. You wanna go find Helios? I feel like the whole story is based on the Greek myth at this point. I have looked at my mythology and it's probably gonna add a Sandman-esque god. Probably a god of dreams and nightmares. I mean, if you're going to. Sandman is a sick ass god to be based on. Too bad the author fucking sucks. Yeah, the current Shadow Slave story right now is basically just the Greek mythology turned into a novel. So Greek mythology, because all of it's a novel. 718. Heavenly Carnage. 1,168 words? God damn. Sonny rode onto his shoulders, and just as he did, countless arrows hit the deck in the spot where he had just been a split second ago. Sent a powerful bows made by an awakened archer. Each carried enough force to pierce the plate armor with ease. Of course, the mantle of the underworld was not just any armor, and yet Sonny was extremely apprehensive of the threat posed by these archers. Being battered... oh my god, I'm so sorry, Jet. Where was I? Being battered by the rain of arrows was going to take a toll on his body, and all of it was... and all it took was for one to slide into the slit of his visor, not to mention that there were all kinds of aspects the enemy could possess, and all kinds of runes the bows and the arrows could be enchanted with. Fucking Christ. Yeah, it would be fire, I can't lie. You need that one Loki-esque god. They're the most interesting. A god of mischief, alright. A god of mischief can only be interesting if you allow them to interact with more than just the gods. A god of mischief is not a thing for chaos. It's a thing for, like, a controlled, like, rec room, pretty much. That's how I like my gods. And that's what Loki is. Loki is the incarnation of a fucking rec room. Just condensed. He's also just a prick. Ah, sorry, I fucked your wife. Here's a hammer, though. It's meant to be a sledgehammer, but broke the stick. But you got fat ass hands anyway, so there you go. There's also that. There's also, like, gods of strength, which are usually incarnated into, like, something else. I've not really seen a god of strength that is utilized as, like, a fire god, which is really fucking weird. I feel like the incarnation of a fuel source not being... Yes? Not being used as, like, oh yeah, I am the most powerful thing alive is silly. The funny thing is, Loki had a child with a horse. No, Loki had a horse child. That had multiple legs. And then a snake. And then the god of death. Because why the fuck not? Because what else are you going to turn Hera into? Greek and Norse myth are so fucking silly. He was the mother, I think. Yeah, he is. He gave birth to all of his kids but one, which is the only kind of human-esque one. He also had a Fenrir child. Yep. Sonny's a weird fucker. Look, he's a rec room. Let him be as he be. Just never forget the fact that, like, other gods have done stupid as shit. Like, Thor has beef with Loki's fucking child for no reason, like, at all. All because the gods of fate, who are always incorrect in the Norse mythology, by the way, just said they're gonna have beef, and he was like, fuck it, I'ma follow it. The same way how Sonny had his current spawn in the current chapters, lol. I'ma dip for a while and eat later. Alright. The heavy javelin sent flying by the bolt towers came next. Sneaking through the air with terrifying speed, they hit the ships like missiles. Each possessed enough momentum to tear a hole in the deck, sending an explosion of splinters into the air. Sonny was not sure if he would be able to survive being hit by something like that, so he took no risks and diving into the shadows and turning into one of them. The wisest move right now would have been to step into the deck of the different ship. However, the only two attacking vessels were close enough to not require a truly vast expenditure of essence to perform a jump, and the crews were undoubtedly already prepared to resist an assault. Plus, Sonny was reluctant to leave without killing the remaining soldiers and destroying the ship completely. He had a very good reason for that. While the gargoyles and the four boarding parties were harassing the formation and slowly whittling them down numbers of the vessels, the fleet's main target still remained the same. All four of them were attacking the graceful ship with a beautiful tree growing around its mast, surrounding it like a murder of hungry crows. Cassie was the fifth and final part of the cohort's assault force, and one in the most danger. While Sonny and the rest fought with the soldiers and defending the fleet, she was battling the fleet itself. Guided by her hand, the sorcerer's ship maneuvered between the enemy's vessels, barely dodging constant shots of their harpoons and siege weapons while responding with their own attacks from time to time. The bolts sent by the ballistas were much more devastating due to the runes carving into them by Noctis, taking whole chunks out the enemy ships and obliterating them completely. Ew. I would just get the worst kind of people messaging me out of nowhere, wouldn't I? Fuck off. There we go. God damn. Who let the blind girl drive? Who let the blind girl helm the ship? Noctis. Noctis let the blind girl helm the ship. Where the fuck was... Where is that message? I have no idea. Oh well. It was larger, faster, and much more durable, but it was also alone against countless foes. As Sonny rushed through the shadows forward to the stem, he caught a glimpse of the graceful ship as it dove down, the figures of sailor dolls bracing themselves against rails and releasing the strings of their powerful bows. There were deep scratches on the hull and holes of the sails, dozens of arrows sticking out of the deck like needles, but it was still all in one piece. Due to Cassie's intuition and uncanny aspect ability, she was able to predict and avoid the enemy's attacks, at least to some degree. For now, but the pressure on the lonely ship was mounting with each second, and no matter how many vessels she destroyed, this deadly aerial dance could not continue much longer. Honestly, she's doing a great job. You gotta respect her for this. Having Sonny say you're doing an aerial dance, it honestly, low-key kind of praise. Oh, that's why the music started to sound good. Right. Let's swap over. This chat. Knowing that the young woman threw the ship into a dive, falling from the dark sky like a star. She was leading the fleet down towards the surface where she would be able to maneuver between the flying islands and then use the solid mass as a shield. It was an extremely dangerous, since any ship moving that low ran a risk of crashing into the island, or even worse, into one of the heavily chained. But Cassie had no choice. She had to limit the amount of vessels that had a direct line of sight of her ship. But if she wanted to turn the threat possessed by the enemy's overwhelming numerical advantage into an insurmountable to simply lethal, she was barely hanging on to life. Did it switch the copyright stuff again? Yeah. So I switched it back. I also just realized I'm very off-center. That's kind of cringe. Can I, Can I... Now I'm very... Yeah, that's better. At least you're not monetized? Fucking A, man. I do this shit for fun. And so Sonny could not allow himself to leave the ship before it was disposed of completely. Sure, it was already damaged, but a few soldiers that still lived were not going to be able to both control it and mount the ongoers with ballistic. Yeah, ballistic. A flying ship is more cool than a plane, objectively. There's no and if or but about that one, dog. It is. That is the objective truth. but it would take one more heroic fool with a death wish to ram the damaged vessel into Cassie, taking out the main force of the small army. Emerging from the shadows of the stem, Sonny used the second or two. Sonny used the second or two it took the enemy's archers to notice him and take her aim away, push. I can't fucking read! Right back. Wedge the prowling fawn into a piece of wood, and then secure the handle of the aurora in place with an invisible string attached with the heavy kunai. What the fuck is this? Moment up. I have coffee. I forgot about that. No. Yeah. I'm back. Sorry for the wait. I'm taking this off. It's too fucking warm. Too fucking warm, mate. Where's my Game of Thrones video to distract me? I'm sorry. Well, to be fair, you didn't need it. I was going for like, what, a fucking minute at most. Alright, there we go. Dan's bro's muscular. Bam. Bam. He was roughly thrown forward and hit the deck, which was slowly turning into a vertical wall. Sonny allowed himself to slide down, dodging a few arrows that way, and saw the remaining soldiers falling into the night sky to terrified screams. A feral grin appeared on his face. Done. It was time for him to abandon ship as well. By pure coincidence, at the very moment the falling vessel happened to be at the same altitude as the descending ship that Cassie controlled. Pushing himself off the deck to dive into the shadows, Sonny noticed a massive siege engine on the bow of the sorcerer's ship take aim at the enemy's boat. It seems as though the other enemy was going to destroy it in a second. Then, however, Cassie suddenly gave up on the short shot and threw the ship into a desperate spin, changing course so abruptly that one of the sailor doors was thrown off board. Sonny frowned. What? We're playing dance with the ships now, baby. We're playing dance with the ships. I couldn't imagine falling down for all of eternity. They're probably gonna get hit by the divine flame at some point, right? right? Hopefully. You'd hope so. The average Greek mythological punishment. They will. Hopefully. Yeah, exactly. Before he could finish the thought, the vessel he was still standing on suddenly exploded into debris as something massive tore through it tore through it at a stunning speed and then streaked through the lightness sky, missing Cassie's ship by a hair's breadth. Instead, the thing hit one of the sorcerer's gargoyles and obliterated it completely, turning the terrifying creature into a cloud of dust in the blink of an eye. Is this Sylvain? Are we seeing true power Sylvain right now? It was only a second later when Sonny found himself fallen down with nothing there to support his weight anymore. And then he registered what that thing was. It was a narrow pillar of polished steel, at least 50 meters in length, that ended at a sharp point. That pillar looked like a javelin worthy of a giant. Stunned, Sonny turned his head and looked at the direction of the Ivory City as he fell. His eyes widened. He did not like what he saw. He did not like it at all. Oh, never mind. I think that's the Sun Prince. Dark Moon. Are we going to see Gwendolyn? Dark Souls reference? Again? More Dark Souls references. They probably won't persist after the Nightmare either. What's your favorite and hated exercise? Ooh. Hated? I really don't like the pendulum squat. I don't like it. It's so fucking awkward. But I also... No. Why? Decline bench. If you have no idea what that is, right? Normal bench. Fuck it. Teacher mode for a minute. It's such a stupid and silly exercise, right? Normal bench. Vertical, right? Sometimes you go a little bit lower. It depends how big your shoulders are. So mine, they go straight across because they're big. Upper. Great, right? Decline. You're leaning. You will have to lean 45 degrees downwards and bench from down here and get it up there. Do you know what that hits? Fucking nothing. It doesn't hit shit. The normal bench hits everything that the decline bench hits. You want to do a decline bench or a better one? Do weighted fucking dips. You know what that also hits? Your goddamn traps, triceps even, your front delts, everything else. Oh my god, I hate every single fucking person who ever does a decline bench. You know what I use the decline bench for? Fucking dragonflies. That's... You gotta hold on to, the actual leg curl, and then raise your abs up, going all the way across with your legs straight. It hurts like a bitch, but I like doing it. I'm a skinny ass. I've never entered a gym in my life. This is an entirely new world. Fair. And then favorite? I don't know. I've been hitting incline bench so fucking much recently. I love it. Currently on 110 kilograms on incline bench, which, if we just do this real quick for the people who don't know what the fuck that means. Here you go. Can we shrink it a little bit? No. 110 kilograms is 242 pounds. In case you didn't know. Have you ever considered being a PT? No. I don't like being a PT because the gym world is scummy and fucking just filled with that. Not the gym world. The PT world is filled with fucking rampant assholes that will waste every goddamn fucking penny you have just for you to lose like what, 10 kg of just like pure fat. Want to know how to do that in like 2 months? Walk like 10,000 steps. 10,000 steps. That's it. Just walk. Walk like a bitch. That's it. Want to gain muscle? Read all your nutrients. And have some creatine. 719. Dark Moon. Out there in the distance, just outside of the Avery City, a steel colossus towered over the desolate island. His gargantuan body shrouded in darkness. The terrible wound delivered to him by Noctis was mostly repaired, with a broken scaffold hanging on from where the giant had his hand torn off. Right? The face of the giant was stoic and unmoving, his eyes drowned in deep shadows. In front of him, dozens of enormous javelins were thrusted into the soil, each tall enough to dwarf a siege tower. As Sonny looked, the Sun Prince calmly grabbed one of them, pulled it out of the ground, and moved his hand up, preparing to make another one throw. Jesus Christ. I love size comparisons. 110 kg. Yes, incline bench. It's good for you. It's also the best kind of bench to do, so I got good at it. I did tell you Sonny had that Jinx attribute. Yeah, fair. That's very fair. Plummeting down, so... Thank you, chat. My God. That was killing me for a minute there. Plummeting down, Sonny balanced himself in the air and then drove into a certain direction. A few moments later, he crashed into a large fragment of the destroyed ship's hull and disappeared, diving into the shadows of its surface. In the blink of an eye, Sonny rolled onto the deck of one of the two attacking vessels and jumped onto his feet, ready to fight. He could not do anything to the steel colossus. All he could do was continue playing his part and pray that Cassie managed to survive. If she had failed to draw the giant's attention away from Noctis, all of them were going to die. But he could not do anything about the ether either. Allergies kicking in, huh? Hay fever. Fucking sucks. Could you imagine Sonny as a cop or a detective? No. That sounds fucking silly. That sounds like a jet job, if anything else. All he could do was continue playing. Oh yeah, I read that. Sonny could make sure that there were fewer enemy ships pursuing her, however. And that was what he intended to do. Killing... This music's so fucking loud in my ears, dude. I'm just gonna have to turn it up for y'all like a shit ton. Killing things was one of his greatest talents after all. With a loud roar, he dashed forward. Forward a battle formed of awakened soldiers. Unlike the crew of the ship he had destroyed already, these warriors had been waiting for an attack, and they were so prepared, but it's not like it would save them. They were still going to die. Just a split second before the four-armed devil collided against the front row of the enemy, a sickening feeling suddenly permeated their souls, sapping their hands of strength and filling them with an insidious pain. Augmented by the undead underworld augmentation, the enchantment of the onyx armor, the broken oath spread its eroding influence, slowly destroying the very souls of everyone surrounding Sonny. Of course, his own soul was being damaged as well, but it was much stronger than that of a mere beast. Protected by the mantle of the underworld, on top of that, he was not going to be able to endure the effect of the vile charm for long. But that did not matter. He just needed to last longer than his enemies. Imagine a 4'2" dude trying to pull you over. Actually, speaking of which, I got pulled over back to back on the same fucking busway like 2 days in a row by two completely different officers. One in the morning, one at nighttime. One was at like 3 in the morning, the other one was like, I want to say 2 in the afternoon, right? Now, at that specific busway near the upper end of it leads to a shopping center, which is where my gym is. And both times I was going either towards it or back from it. But right before that shopping center is a whole street. And I cannot stress you enough, for the 23 years I have been alive, I cannot tell you a single day where that fucking street has not stunk of fucking weed. And both times I got pulled over, the police were like, "Are you smoking cannabis?" I was like, "I'm 23 years old. I have not touched weed since I was 18. Leave me the fuck alone." That was a lie, obviously. But, like, leave me alone. I hadn't smoked weed since I was 21. Bro's got an enemy, the police. Oh, I used to be a fucking bastard to the police when I was a kid. I stole police cars. That was fun. Found out how hilariously easy it is to destroy a police van. That was fun. But those were all when I was like a child. What did you get pulled over? For nothing. I was walking. They were just checking people if they had weed or not. I was like, I'm 23. I've not done shit since I was like 21. I never said I committed it. I just know how shit happens. And shit happens very fucking quickly. Fun fact. Also, police don't know how to lock a fucking gate. Imagine being a 14-year-old. You're like, a good 20 feet away from a police station and you just see people rob it. It's like, it was that easy? And unfortunately, it is. Also, I'll just private the stream. Who cares? Damn, you're 1 year older than me. I'll be 24 this year, brother. Yeah, so. Turning the cruel sight into a sword and summoning the patient avenger into a free hand, Sonny crashed into the formation of weakened enemies and spun, dancing as he sowed death among them. His two blades and his tail moved as if possessed their own lives, and carried a kite shield as soon as orange glow to make a ring. Old for real. Fuck off. So what, am I be old? No, work. What's work saying? Ah, no man, that's shit talking. It's alright, Josh. Hi, Alma. It's alright, Joshua. You may be Unk, but you're our shadow slave reading Unk. Unk status soon. Yeah, soon. 25. I'll fully admit it. I'll take Unk status then, but that's like next year. That's late next year too. I still got like another 6 months. 6 months of being 23. How many hours have you streamed today? Like almost 2. And we've gotten through 4 chapters. We just keep talking shit. Or I keep telling stories. As it did, the blade of the moonlight of the cruel sight suddenly shone its incandescent white light, and the assured Tachi with a dim orange one, infused with flames, one divine, one mundane. Both blades cut through steel armor as though if it was made of paper. Screams of terror and agony rose from the deck of the flying ship, disappearing into the moonless night. Similar slaughter was happening on the other ships of the fleet as well. Effie was rampaging on the slippery deck, moving like a wrecking ball across the blood-soaked surface when someone tried to attack her from the back. They were killed by a sharp arrow flying from the darkness. Kai moved swiftly above the ship, dodging enemy archers and never missing a kill shot. He was dealing almost as much damage to the feral girl. What a dynamic duo, fucking hell. What about me? Then I'm turning 28 this year. Then you're wrong. That's fine. I remember this almost Unk. Alright. The Quibbly distraction is too great. The chat's distraction is too great. There's 13 of you fuckers. I appreciate all of you. They're very distracting, and I love it. And just like what happened to Sunny, the other vessels moved to assist the one where the two were fighting. But as they did, the Black Steed landed on the deck of one, while the Dark Abomination with the head of a raven landed on another. For a few minutes, the defensive formation was chaos, and then even more ships had to abandon the hunt for a graceful vessel of the treacherous sorcerer who had came to their rescue. When they did, however, the stone gargoyles attacked them, causing them more mayhem. Some distance away, Cassie had managed to reach the sky below, and was now being pursued in a deadly race between the flying ships, causing several of the enemy ships to break apart as they collide into the heavy chains and allowing the sailor dolls to shoot several more down at the besieged engines. Down there, she was protected both from the unobstructed attacks of the fleet and from the steel giant javelins. For a moment, things seemed to be going well. But at that exact moment, that was exactly the problem. Left without a target, the Steel Colossus threw 2 more javelins, destroying 1 or 2 goyles with each of the throw. And then paused, his gaze traveling across the lightless islands. Just as he did, one of them quacked viciously. 28 is transcendent onk levels. Okay, Kirbs, calm down. Y'all old. Okay, Harsh. You fit your fucking name well today. It doesn't help that I'm a yapper either. Oh, who have the 28 years in chat? Gotta get food to celebrate this week. Nightshade is 28. Joshua has Discord now. I've always had Discord, I just don't have server. And to be honest, I kind of don't want one. I feel like that'd just be too much hassle we're dealing with. Especially with the TikTok audience as well. Magikarp's 27. Magikarp's 27. Nightshade is 28. We are old as fucking you. We're not old. I feel like 60 onwards is like legitimately old. That is not the tote bag you think it is, brother. Is that meant to be Nevis? So, Noptic made new art. Here's Nevis. What the fuck is that? Oh, Talias. Here's Sunny. And there's Mordred. I thought this was Gabimaru from Hell's Paradise. It's still really good art, but fuck it hell. What made you start Shadow Slave recently? And when did you first know about Shadow Slave? I first heard about Shadow Slave. Oh, when did I start reading Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint? 2021? Then around 2022, I heard about The Forgotten Shore. Which is when I heard about Shadow Slave. I think? Or was that 2023? Was that 2023? I think that might have been 2023. Which means I read Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint in 2022. And I didn't really care for any other web novel until about... When did I pick up this series? Like, October? Because I got bored. There was, like, nothing to read. And I made a poll on TikTok being like, should I read Shadow Slave? Do y'all want to see my reaction to it? Because I was also I was reading Heaven's Official Blossom. People were like, fuck yeah, read Shadow Slave. It's sick. It's so up your alley. So I just kept making videos about it. You read the Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint web novel? Yep. I've got the first two in my other room. Shade turns 28 in September. And so does Magikarp. Fucking hell yeah. Armor's 20. I like how Kirbs is the only one who's not said their age. And yet it was been so comfortable calling everyone Unc. Did you all know 7 symbols perfection and stuff? Which mean I was born on the 7th of August. I'm perfect. Armor me. I was born in October. November. Vante is 19. One minute. Let me show you my fucking Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint thing. Got both. Then how old are you, Kirbs? Don't be a bitch. Tell everyone. A decade younger than Night. Alright, so Harsh is 17. That's all you need to know, your unks. Alright, so Kirbs is going to be known as the baby in the chat. And shall be recognized as nothing else but baby in the chat. 18. Okay, sorry, Harsh. Okay, he is baby in the chat. Fucking hell. I'm almost a decade older than you, Kirbs. Fucking Christ. As a child, amen. Me and Rex had a whole fucking rant about this conversation a couple days ago. Whilst we're here. Because, what is it? Because, obviously, countries' laws on, like, how age should be quantified when it comes to, like, adulthood, teenagers, kids, and whatever, is, like, so vastly different, but, like, the average is, like, 16 to 18. Me and Rex just kind of, like, spoke to each other. Because I was explaining to him how someone was flirting with me at work a couple days ago. And then they told me they were, like, 20. I was like, yeah, no, I can't do that. For one, because I'm celibate. I'm no Jen. You're not even... You can just check. Baby Boomers, Gen X, Millennials, Gen Z, and Gen Alpha. Yeah, you'd be Gen Alpha then. What's your favorite arc, mini-arc of Volume 1? First Nightmare Academy, Labyrinth Tree, The Sea. Yeah. I work in a bar. So yeah, I get flirted with all the time. My brother in Christ, I got bright blue eyes, almost white hair, I'm 6'1", and built like a fucking fridge. Of course I get flirted with. And I'm funny. But yeah, they were just flirting with me for a while. And obviously, I'm in work, so I'm just playing it back. Just wasting time. And they said they were 20. I was like, let's pull that back then. Kind of crazy people my age and below are slowly becoming illiterate. Holy self-confidence. Self-confidence, pride. My pride is very much fucking earned. Alright, bro's just glazing himself. No, I'm being correct. There's a difference. There's a difference between self-glazing and being correct. Because self-glazing you can almost throw into, like, arrogance. Like, I'm just being arrogant about myself. You have some glaze for us? I'll glaze you up. No. Pause. Escanol level pride? No. Fucking Christ, no. I have enough self-hatred to say no to that one. It just comes to when... communicating with other people. Flirting and shit. I'm good. I'm good and I'm fun. I love it. It also happens enough. Leave some glaze for the rest of us, you fucking prick. I feel like I'm gonna carry on reading. Down there she was two gargoyles. Just as it did, one of them quacked viciously, and a large chunk of them suddenly crumbled, falling into the abyss of the sky below in a cloud of stone debris. The heavenly chains attached to it was released and whipped across the sky, pulverizing a couple of unfortunate ships that happened to be in its way. Then something strange happened. The shadow devouring the moon apparently spread across all of it, leaving nothing but an empty circle of darkness on the surface of the night sky. But then the circle suddenly became infused with a dim red glow, and the moon suddenly revealed itself once again. Only now it was not silver anymore. What the fuck is going on with the moon? There should be an aspect in Shadow Save that would make that makes the owner stronger the more they get glazed. Oh, what's that anime? Kind of like 2B Hero X. Like, I think someone has, like, an ability in there, and where the more people that praise them, the stronger they get. It's almost like a god's ability. Knock this downscale. Bruh. Instead, the moon was red as blood, drowned the whole world in an airy crimson radiance. Still fighting on the deck of the ship and being poisoned by the solar ratio of the broken oath, Sonny spared a moment to glaze the sky, and then pulled his attention back to the battle. Moving through the dim crimson light, he killed another human, gritting his teeth and fought. I wonder if this is good news for us or bad. That's everyone in 2B Hero X? Yeah, I thought so. I'll be honest, I was kind of watching the show while playing Liza P. So, like, a lot of the plot elements just went, woo. A distance away, the Sun Prince stared at the crimson moon for a few moments as well. Then he shifted his glaze. I fucking hate chat so goddamn fucking much. Only you pricks would make me say glaze instead of gaze. Gaze back into the broken island. He raised his hand, aiming a javelin at something only he could see in the dark, shattered surface. Y'all want to know Ball? Doctor Who. What about him? And which one? All of them? I feel like I'm missing something here. Donut, donut, donut. It's Ball. Oh, fuck me. Alright. Not all of them. Well, yeah, not everyone in chat's British, that's why. First to 13 for Ball. I wouldn't know. I don't think I've watched like 6 episodes of Doctor Who ever. Not a show for me. Very fucking boring. Sonny did not know about astronomy. However, due to being born during the solar eclipse, he knew a thing or two about eclipses. A useless piece of knowledge he had never thought would become so vital one day. After being devoured by shadows, the moon had turned red, which seemed to be a sign of its return. However, in reality, it just meant the moon was now fully immersed in the deepest, darkest part of the planet's shadow. So, did Noctis get his powers back? Had he grown more powerful than he had ever seen? Or even, Or was he currently the weakest he had ever been? Was the Dream Realm even a planet? Sonny did not know, and had no time to wonder. He was being destroyed from the inside by the Broken Oath, relentlessly attacked by the warriors of the Avery City. And at the same time, no matter how many he had killed, the tide did not seem to wave. Well, in that case, he just had to kill even more. Jumping back, Sonny braced himself and put his shoulder behind the patient Avenger. In the next moment, a fury explosive boom on the deck of the ship. Twin missing peakness. Yep, Asia here. I'm from Asia too. I know a couple people from Asia. From chat at the very least. Who was it? Was it Nightmares that was from Asia? Oh lord. What the fuck? This is my work. So many non-British people. I appreciate that. Gotta appreciate the diversity sometimes. Well, in that, jumping back, Sonny braced himself and then put his explosive boom. Far away in a desolate island bordering the Avery City, the Sun Prince raised his hand and aimed a gargantuan javelin. His gaze locked in on the ferocious battle between Noctis and Sylvain that no one except for him was able to see. His emotionless face glistened in the crimson light, reflecting the radiance of the blood moon. Damnation! That game is peak. I've played it 4 times in my life. I'm Asian, but I live in America. I'm a true blue American. There. And what game? Lies of P? Yeah, Lies of P is peak. Great game. I only played it twice, though. Donuts per bald eagle type shit. Oh my god. Thrown down by the detonation of the flames continued within the... I just realized I can't hear the music, like, at all. I kind of imagine the Sun Prince as an iron giant, but more eerie and unsettling. I'm from the EU. Here's the thing, I don't. Fuck, what's its name? DC. Ah, fucking bollocks. The fuck's its name? I don't think it's gonna be even in the rogues. God damn it. I prefer freedom units per moon landing. So, 1 freedom unit per 1 moon landing. I think it's something like Alphonse, but like 90 meters tall. Here's the thing. Here's what I see. This just gray. And a lot bulkier. Like, rather than being so slimline, it's just like kind of straight down. That's what I'm seeing. Anytime I think of the Iron Prince. Because it's not like he's made out of iron armor. He's dipped in molten metal. He's going to be smooth as shit. But he can still move in and all that. So, I just imagine it to be like this really soothed out surface. In Shadow Slave, mind attacks is the scariest, especially after Volume 5. I would rather face a soul attack. I wouldn't know. The only mind attack that I've actively seen is from the Soul Devouring tree. When it was like consuming the memories and all that. The transformation with Chrome Paint, I'm pretty sure he's able to move only because he's transcendent. Yeah, exactly. That would still not make it like a piece of armor. That would just mean he's strong as shit and is able to just keep bending the metal to a point where he's just able to do shit. I imagine there's some princess the Juggernaut from X-Men. Or Colossus. Colossus from X-Men also works. Colossus, but the size of Juggernaut. Just without the ability to convert momentum into power. The worst thing to run into Shadow Slave is all things with unlimited spite. So Sonny. that man's spite is endless. He is a petty bitch till he dies. Thrown down by a detonate, the Steel Colossus' heart's grown cold. Noctis, the Bactid, had been aiming at Noctis. If the sorcerer died, they were going to die with him. Powerless to change anything, Sonny gritted his teeth and watched. And that's why he saw a graceful ship suddenly emerging from the darkness of the sky below. Its bow aimed at the Sun Prince. Left with no other choice, Cassie had abandoned the safety of the treacherous gaps between the islands and threw her vessel. Opened despite the attempt to stall the great monstrous giant. Or his aspect control iron. Mordred is more spiteful. Debatable. Basically, run from any shadow you see, especially if it's 4'1" that's called Sunless. He will scam you or kill you. Reading one word per sometimes. His entire personality. Sonny's existence is literally spite. I imagine Serviax is like a guy with white hair and yellow eyes. The Sun Prince is like a robot of the day. Huh. I don't know why. I just associate dragons with like being old as fuck. So I just think. So Servax, I just imagine to be this really old-looking guy. Because he's immortal doesn't, like, I like to think of it as like a Viltrumite kind of situation where they live for like a very, very long time, but they can still kind of age. Not a lot, but like enough. Where he's just like really, not really old. He looks like he's in his 60s, but he would still kick your shit in. That's what I imagine Servax like human form to be. Powers to change anything. Sonny gritted his teeth and watched. That was why he saw a graceful ship suddenly. Oh yeah. No. A massive siege engine under both the ships shuddered, and a heavy bolt streaked through the dark red sky, hitting the Colossus right in its chest. Then it detonated, drowning the world in a pale blue light for a moment. Sonny froze, his eyes opening wide. Crazy girl, she actually did it. Fucking Christ, Cassie, you fucking insane bitch. The Sunprince aspect was probably something related with light or fire shit. No, Ref is the winner. She's unstoppable, wanting to destroy the nightmare. Nephis is pretty petty, too. Not like, she's not like Sunny or Mordred petty, but she's up there. All the Divine Aspect holders are petty bitches. That's all they are. They represent the God's wills pretty fucking accurately, dare I say. When the flash of explosion disappeared, he saw a towering figure of the Sunprince swaying slightly, taking a half step back. Then the Sunprince indifferently looked down at the barely visible scratch left on the breastplate of his polished armor. He did not seem damaged by the devastating detonation of the enchanted bolt at all. However, he did forget about Noctis, at least for now. That had not come without cost, though. Cassie's desperate maneuver might have distracted the Colossus, but it left her in a vulnerable position. Four of the pursuing enemy ships had managed to come close distance and surround the graceful vessel. Showering its deck with arrows, several sailor dolls fell down, their wooden bodies damaged heavily and destroyed completely. The rest released their own arrows. Nephis isn't petty, she's just really driven. Anyway, ketchup or mustard. If you have mustard, I don't believe you're a real person, nor should have rights. The day the Earth stood still, the robot of this movie. Oh, you're so right. You're so fucking right for this. I don't like Eva. I'm autistic. I don't really have condoms that much. Sunny would be the perfect Zanzan protagonist. I have no fucking idea what that is, dude. There were two mannequins standing beside the blind young woman, each holding a heavy shield. By now, both shields were riddled with arrows, and this time the protection turned out to be lacking. Two arrows slid past Cassie's defenses. She deflected one with the quiver dancer, but the second struck her in the shoulder, throwing the slender girl back. At the same time, the four enemy ships shot the heavy ballistas standing on their own bows. The four wicked bolts hit the hull with a graceful vessel. Two bounced off, but the other two must have possessed powerful enchantments. They lodged themselves deep into the ancient wood, but failed to deal any substantial damage. However, dealing damage was not their real purpose. Each bolt had connected to the ship that had a shot by a thick chain. Harpooned by them, Cassie's vessel was severely slowed down and pulled into two different directions, its hull groaning as if on the verge of being ripped apart. I imagine the Colossus-like armor to form like the first Thor film. Or that also works. It's a cultivation novel, right? Oh, then I'm really not gonna give a shit. Cultivation novels fucking bore me to death. The two ships that failed to sink their harpoons into where they... Oh my god, the two ships that failed to sink their harpoons into where the free boarding party was simply ran at high speed, not too far away. The Sunprince had already rattling his javelin again. However, Sunny did not see any of this. After a few moments of disorientation, Those warriors who had survived the blast of fire from the patient Avenger had renewed their assault. Thrown into a frenzy by the death of so many of their comrades, he was forced to fight without paying attention of anything else. In this battle, each of the members of the cohort had a role to play. He was powerless to help Cassie, even if he wanted to. Sonny had to survive his own ordeal, and the blind girl had to survive hers. That bitter feeling of powerlessness, he had not tasted it in a long, long time. Deflecting the deadly bow of the enemy sword and killing the main man wielding it with a lightning-fast flash of the midnight shard, Sonny let out a hoarse, resentful growl. I hate it. I hate this feeling. You should try a regressor's tale of cultivation, speak. No. A regressor and a cultivation? No. Nah. Also, I'm like 5 more chapters away from finishing Red Rising. I've still got like 13 chapters of Game of Thrones to finish. And I'm almost done with this, and I still gotta make the YouTube video for this fucking thing. I've already done a Forgotten Shore. No, genuinely, it's good. I don't care. I'm not reading it. I have a PDF of the Regressor Tale of Cultivation with the start the sack of the Mount Hole. It subverts expectations. You start thinking it's trashy slop, but it's actually a masterpiece. I'll give the first 20 chapters a go. If I don't care, I don't care. But I'll give it a go. Where's my fucking... well, actually. Y'all don't need to know what those fucking numbers mean. What the fuck's this shit called? A regressor's tale cultivation. There. It's done. What middle-aged weapon you prefer? The halberd. Love the halberd. Such an underrated weapon. Read Mother of Learning. Fuck me, fine. I'll throw that in there too. Far away, the sailor doll somehow managed to sever one of the harpoon chains. A few of them silently fell into the crimson darkness in the process. Cassie broke the shaft off the arrow and lodged. No, I need to. No, keep me away. Keep me away. I'm funny. Which do you prefer, medieval longsword or Japanese katana? Medieval longsword. What was that even? If you don't get it, it's on you. I don't need to explain shit. Medieval longsword, it's the objectively better sword. The katana looks cooler, but medieval longsword is basically just a traditional, like, oh, you want a sword to fucking work 9 times out of 10? Great, use this one. It's a straight line and it works really well. Just make sure it's not above 4 feet tall and you're good. Now held by only one vessel, she did not try to escape by playing tug of war with it, and instead suddenly turned her ship into the direction of the enemy. Not expecting this, the enemy captain did not react in time. As a result, the metal beak of the sorcerer's ship ran crashed into the side of it at full speed, piercing the hull and splitting the whole vessel in half. Fucking hell. Cassie's a lunatic. Don't let this bitch drive ever again. Whoever thought it was a good idea for Cassie to start driving is insane. A Regress's Tale is mid, but Mother of Learning is actually decent. Neither are the same level as Shadow Slave and Lord of Mysteries, so don't get too hyped. It's called Mother of Learning and A Regress's Tale. My standard's already at like a 4 out of 10 for both. As I said, who let the blind girl drive? No wonder Sonny doesn't use a long sword. It's taller than him. Oh yeah, Sonny should never use a long sword, ever. A katana is way more suited for Sonny's fighting style regardless. Fucking hell, we've been streaming for 2.5 hours. 9/11. Comparison is the thief of joy. Yes. But comparison can also make you enjoy a lot more stories more. A moment later, the sailor doll shot the portside ballista. Several more bolts glancing ineffectively off the giant's impenetrable steel body without leaving even a scratch. It did to get his attention, however. Another javelin flew at the graceful ship, missing it by a meter or two. Cassie did not die. G3. G3's writing is always going to be fucking comical to me. My MC can't use a longsword. He's small. Oh yeah, no. Trying to use a longsword as a small person, like anyone under 5'5", trying to use a longsword is always going to be like a massive disadvantage. Trying to use a sword over a spear, a halberd, a rapier is already a disadvantage anyway. Like, the rapier is just better at sword fighting. It's more precise. It's easier to get through a lot of holes in your armor. Also, it hurts like a bitch if you get stabbed. The spear is the spear. It is arguably the single greatest just handheld weapon ever made for close quarters combat. The halberd is up there. Wasn't Sonny using Odachi a fucking 2-meter sword? Yes, but Sonny is also amplifying his own muscles with his shadows. So that long-ass, heavy-ass sword kind of just feels like a small Odachi. She's perfect for the role since she would know which reckless action is accepted. True. Praise the pointy stick. Yes, always praise the pointy stick. Never ever underestimate a pointy stick. You're in a bad situation and there's a stick next to you. Wanna know what that stick is doing? Hurting like a bitch. The more heavy that stick is, it doesn't need to be bigger, but the heavier that stick is, the more pain that person's gonna fucking be in. Like, I don't know if you's ever had this. Maybe a couple of the older members of chat probably had this. But, like, if you were being, like, a dickhead as a kid, like a proper right dickhead, Nan or your auntie or your mum would get the newspaper, roll that shit up, right? Newspapers, known to not be heavy. It's very thin pieces of paper, very cheap pieces of paper. But if you roll that shit up and twat someone with it, you're doing real damage. I guess my MC might wield a stick or a short sword. That's why Cruel Sight is goated. It is. Anytime Sonny uses Cruel Sight, he's in a perfect position. Cause it's a fuck off stick with a curved sword at the end of it. Can't imagine a sword bringing down a mammoth. Cruel Sight is really goated. A sword could definitely bring down a mammoth. You get close enough, you're killing a fucking mammoth with a sword. The stick is just going to have a way easier time of doing it. What about a club as a weapon? Remember how I just said about having a newspaper, curling that shit up. That's a club. A club's just more dangerous. A club is a very fucking useful weapon. For blunt force damage. I wouldn't say it's the most effective at killing something. Certainly, like, not an animal. I mean, you can, for certain ones. Like, it's pretty good for killing, like, reptiles. Blunt weapons. Like, reptiles, like, lizards, snakes. Blunt objects. Every fucking time. Right? Unless it's an anaconda. Stay the fuck away from an anaconda. But, like, short weapon... For anything with fur, a short weapon's gonna do 10 times more damage. It's like, there's a person holding that sword, and that person is dead 2 seconds after attacking a mammoth. Depends what the mammoth does. Depends how you're actively trying to use the sword. Don't get me wrong, I think killing a mammoth, like, trying to get one person to kill a mammoth with any fucking tool that isn't a gun, already stupid, right? 4 people, bare minimum, you can kill a mammoth. In the same way, you need, like, 3 people to kill an elephant. But, like, 3 people holding a sword definitely can kill a mammoth. 110% they can kill a mammoth. A lot of characters like to use harpoons as weapons in novels. Yeah, because they're strong. Strong, dense, being fucking shot at like 30, 40 miles per hour. Not in water. They keep that velocity in water for like 15 feet. Harpoons are scary. Harpoons are dangerous fucking weapons. Woman, what the fuck are you doing? Sword shiny. Fenter is correct. The cruel sight is indeed shinier. My MC gonna be a bitch and infect fear and dread with his abilities. That's a sick MC ability, though. Being a yellow lantern from fucking DC. Sonny did not die either. He slaughtered the last of the ship's defenders and drew in a rugged breath, then braced himself when the deck suddenly shrouded under him. What? Looking up, he saw a brooding hook biting into the wooden rails and planks being thrown from the deck of another ship to the one he was standing on. Dozens of warriors in red armor were already jumping over, their eyes burning with bloodlust and a maniacal dream of glory. He remained motionless for a split second and then tiredly smiled. Oh, they came themselves, I see. How convenient. I won't have to waste essence on using Shadow Step. I like when Sunny's cool. I like when Sunny's cool. I just realized Sunny has no blunt weapons, just sword, spears, bow, and a shield. Yep. He could make a blunt weapon if he wants to, though. Yeah. He's fought against blunt weapons. He's fought against hammers and shit. Like in the tournament, I think it was like the match right before B. The person was using like a long hammer. So he has the ability to copy it. Fists. When was the last time Sonny had a hand-to-hand fight with someone? I don't think he ever has a hand-to-hand fight with someone, no. I can't think of one. Oh, he has a minor one. Like a very, very minor fist fight with, the Gunlog's right-hand man. Like his assassin guy. But then he points out his sharp little knife and stabs him in the temple. So that doesn't really count. Gripping his weapons, Sonny threw a glance overboard. Only 9 gargoyles remained, but all the members of the cohorts seemed to still be alive, if a little worse for wear. The enemy fleet was missing 24 ships or even more. Things were looking really hard, however. Now they had the undivided attention of the Sunprint. Now the reserves of essence were starting to run dry. The real trial was about to start. Illuminated by the dim crimson radiance, Sonny bared his fangs and dashed forwards into the rushing enemies. Horus, yeah, that's it. You want to see a trick? Oops, you're dead. Too bad. Horus a bitch. Let's be for real. Horus is a bitch. Sonny had every right to call him out. Did he himself have a good reason? I don't think so, but he did anyway. Sonny cut through the crew of the boarding ship, leaving no one alive. His towering figure moved among the enemies with incredible speed and grace as if performing a macrabe dance of death. Loyal to a fault. True. His battle style was as shapeless and unpredictable as the devil himself, effortlessly switching from ground defense to explosive offense, to monstrous ferocity only a nightmare creature could possess. He fought with his 4 hands and his fangs and horns and even his armed tail. As more enemies fell, cut down by the burning blades, a scorching haze of evaporating blood surrounding him like a crimson mantle. Here and there, the 2 connected ships were already catching on fire, their sails burning in a dim red darkness as the night sky like funeral pyres for the warriors dying by his hand. And then suddenly, there was no one left for him to kill. Dismissing the broken oath, Sonny groaned and leaned heavily on the cruel sight. His breath was labored and rugged, and the mantle of the underworld was covered by countless scratches beneath the onyx armor. His body was bruised and battered with several shallow wounds, sleeping with blood where the enemy blades or aspects had found their way through the cracks. Sonny had gritted his teeth. How many ships did I take out? 3? 4? No? 5? He looked around trying to assess the situation. The others had done well too. Together the gargoyles and cohort had managed to destroy. His eyes widened. Almost half the enemy fleets were gone. Dozens of ships were obliterated. Thousands of brave warriors killed. A lion's share of that would have done by Cassie and the sailor dolls, as well as the gargoyles, but still. Sonny drew in a hoarse breath. When did this become so scary? Fucking hell. Horus was an evil hunchback of Notre Dame. Sonny is such a bad person. How? Who would be potential man of Shadow Slave so far? It's Sonny or Mordred. Mordred Defo. If Sonny locked in after the second nightmare, he'd probably be able to kill like 99% of the verse easily. If Mordred locked in and used his abilities properly, he'd probably beat most people. Mordred is strong, but he can't do anything he wants. There's a spoiler plot hole in the second nightmare. Crazy plot hole. There's a plot hole. Oh, Lord. It's only a plot hole for the far future. Alright, you can say the plot hole in chat, I'm just not gonna read it. The thought of being a dreadful threat for once was refreshing, and yet his excitement was short-lived. No matter how powerful the cohort had become and how well they had planned the battle, it was still not enough. By now, the tide of it was already shifting, the temporary success waning with each other. Sonny, Effie, and Kai had exhausted most of their essence. The Soul Serpent was mere moments away from losing its ability to assume the form of other shadows. Saint and Nightmare were faring better than the rest of them, but they too seemed to be slowing down more and more, injuries accumulating on the black body of the fearsome steed, its gargantuan rider moving with visible restraint. Much worse than that, the sorcerer ship was playing a deadly game of cat and mouse with the Sunprint, guided by Cassie's hand. The vessel was still in one piece, but it was unclear how long she would be able to outrun death. Without her presence on the battlefield, the rate of which the enemy ships were being destroyed diminished drastically, and each had more freedom to move and attack. And the gargoyles were no more. Most of them were destroyed by the Steel Colossus, and some were overpowered and shattered by the Ascended Warriors of the defending fleet. The few that remained were struggling, caught in the enchanted chain nets and moments from being obliterated. The Blood Moon still shone with her crimson radiance, as though the eclipse had no intention of ever ending. There were no signs of Noctis, there were no signs of Sylvain either, which meant the sorcerer was still alive at least. The only indication that the two immortal transcendents were out there, somewhere, locked in a ferocious fight, with a loud rattling of the heavy chains and sudden quakes that ran through the one island after another. The island swayed as pieces of them crumbled into the sky below. Hoping that Noctis would arrive to save them all like a god of the machine was pointless. Hoping for anything was pointless. They were on a relentless hope from her shackles, after all, and not the other way around. The situation about to turn really, really bad for the cohort, and there was no way Sonny could think of to change it. Okay. I just saw a spam of numbers and my brain froze for a minute. No problem. I'll just go and destroy 5 more ships, somehow. And then 5 more. Falling down, he dove into the shadows and stared through them, wasting some of his last essence to appear in a different ship. Sonny might have been tired, but the battle went on, and the world did not care about his exhaustion. It only cared about one thing. Sonny had to fight or die. On a different vessel, Effie stared at the broken remains of the runic spear in her hand for a short moment, and then let out an infuriated shout and bashed the attacking enemy with that left of its shaft, using it as a club to shatter his legs. The dusk shard was growing heavy in her hands, and she had no essence left to spare the indomitable enchantment and change its weight. Because of that, Effie was a split second too slow, and the sharp blade passed beneath the shield and slashed her across the shoulder. This time, the blade did not bounce off the girl's skin and instead sliced it apart. Drops of blood fell down the slick deck. High above, Kai barely dodged the enemy arrow, reached towards his quiver. Only to find it empty. Gritting his teeth, he dashed to the side, caught another arrow out the mid-air, and then instantly knocked on his string of his bow and sent it flying back at the archer, hitting him in the eye. His essence was nearly gone as well. He had almost lost too much blood to the blood arrow. Mundane ones were all he could use, and now he had none left. Fucking hell. A few moments later, a man in a Karen wood mask crashed into the deck of the ships and few steps away from Effie and spun, summoning a sharp saber. He was prepared to cover the young girl's back to at least breathe if need be. And some distance away, Cassie finally failed to dodge one of the monstrous javelins completely. It streaked across the deck, and the graceful ship turning into a massive siege engine on its bow into a cloud of splinters, tearing out a part of the hull and obliterating a dozen sailor dolls along with it. Fucking hell, 3 hours in. Warpoon. What? Ow. Y'all still talking about the fucking plot hole? New chapter of Mad came up. Bastard. Doing good so far. Lampoon. La bum bum. No one in chat's gonna understand that. Okay. And some distance away, Cassie, the young woman paled at the sound of carnage and then hesitated for a long moment. Then, a resolute expression appeared on her beautiful face. With a steady hand, she pushed one of the oars all the way down. Following her command, the ancient vessel abandoned the border between the two skies and started climbing up, higher, higher, and higher still, as if trying to reach the crimson moon itself. Is she trying to destroy the fucking thing that's covering the moon? Soul Reaver, chapter 722. I thought I was muted for a minute, then I called my chat. I'm gonna be back in like 2 seconds. I'm filling up with more coffee. Go crazy. Go mad at each other. Rip each other's throats out. I'm back, bitch. Ugh. Do you think you become the king of the Forgotten Shore with the weakest aspect? I'd hope not. Also, his aspect was kind of perfect for the Forgotten Shore, so yeah. His aspect's incredibly good. What? Throw him in a batch of water and he's unkillable. That's a pretty good aspect. Ah, you fucking bitch. No wonder this was good. We are once again in... I actually don't think this is copyright. It's not. Let's go! Landing on the deck of the enemy ship, Sonny swayed and caught himself and then stared somberly at the warriors of the Sun Legion, all of whom had already noticed his arrival. Following the command of the captain, the swordmen advanced in a loose but orderly formation. Behind them, the archers drew their bows and aimed them at the towering devil, their eyes shining with faith and resolve. They did not get a chance to shoot, however. A split second later, a ghastly abomination landed between them, its 6 front limbs and its terrifying beak ripping half a dozen lives at an instant. This was Sonny's signal to move. He wasn't, bro. He had to risk his life at the Forgotten Shore's arrival. Hey, Quibs, you can delete messages. If they're spoiling something, you can delete them. You don't have to spam chat. Right, okay. Oh, this guy's sick. And it disappeared. Why? What the fuck? Fine, fuck you. He dashed towards the ranks of the advancing swordsmen, and at the same time, the soul serpent attacked them from behind. The two cut through the defenders of the ship and met in the middle of the deck. It was at that moment that the shadow finally exhausted the last of its essence. The abomination formed of the spire messenger suddenly lost its shape and crumbled into the tide of darkness, which then rushed towards Sunny. The Serpentine's black Odachi then finally appeared in his hands. Sunny dismissed his other weapons, leaving only the great blade to keep him company, and roared. He was too low in essence to use any of the enchantments anyway. But each kill of the Odachi was going to return a portion of it into his core. More than that, the Soul Serpent was not only one who reunited with Sunny, but the haughty shadow reunited as well, and had already wrapped itself around his body, elevating some of his exhaustion and gifting him with its strength. Now all Sunny had to do was fight and kill, with each of the enemies had fallen was going to replenish more of his dwindling shadow essence, and that essence would then be used to kill more enemies and destroy more ships. As long as he continued to kill, he would not have to stop, unless he had killed himself, of course. Soul Reaver was indeed an insidious ability. In a split second before the avalanche of enemies descended on him, Sunny glanced at the crimson sky. Out there at a distance, a graceful ship was climbing high into the sky. Its hull was in shambles, and several sections of it were shattered by the heavy bolt of the enemy's ballista. The powerful siege engine on its bow was gone, blown away by a terrible strike. There was a massive harpoon lodged in the vessel's side, with a piece of the enemy ship swaying below the stack of the thick chain. Barely any sailor dolls remained on the deck, most of them broken or destroyed. Seeing a pitiful state of the once majestic ship, Sunny could help but grit his teeth. Then he frowned. What the fuck is she doing? I'll say it. What the fuck is she doing? Is this like a glass sky situation? In where... Hi Harsh. Hi Armor. I'm so jobless that I enjoy watching a jobless guy, I don't know, read something. I am not jobless. Read something that I can read because I am jobless. Sad. I am not jobless. I've been off work for a week. There we go. That better? Yeah, that's better. Anyway, welcome back, y'all. Why is Cassie running into this? Why was Cassie raising into the sky? Out there was a boundless vastness of the night. There was nothing to protect her from the ire of the Sun Prince and the enemy ships. The winds were much stronger up there, and the air was much thinner. It was very risky. However, Sunny had no time to think about it. The blind girl must have known what she was doing. Out of everyone he knew, he was confident Cassie's foresight the most. She always had a reason. Throwing these thoughts out of his mind, Sunny strangled his worry for her and clashed with the first few enemies. Hurst down, splitting the opponent's helmet and skull with a sharp blade, and the great Odachi then slammed its hilt on another man's face. Shook the first corpse off the sword and cut low, severing another enemy's leg. I have escaped the cursed nightmare creature named Midterm, so I proudly waste my time. Midterms in April? He's how old's Phantom? Like 19? So these would be uni midterms. Right? University, college. I don't know if he's from America or not. Or start of April. Yeah, sounds about right. So we learn about that next volume. I don't know what we'll learn about next volume. Oh, Kirbs. Wait, what? University, yeah. His aspect was garbage for the Forgotten Shore, though. He had no abilities to fight monsters on land, and the monsters in the ocean were fucking terrifying. But, alright. It's not like the ocean monsters were all that strong. Like, a lot of them were just crab creatures, which you could just kill over and over and over and over and over again. Which, he was just enhanced because he was in the water, no? Just because he's not the best on land, which was proven wrong, he was keeping up with Nephis, who was probably the most skilled fighter in the Forgotten Shore. And had a pretty good echo on him. So, I don't know. I think for Forgotten Shore standards, he was good. Those weren't the ocean monsters. Those were monsters that lived off of the ocean. I mean, whatever the fuck he was fighting in the ocean was clearly good enough to make him strong as shit for Forgotten Shore standards. The weakest ocean monster is a Fallen Plus. Then he necked a shit ton of soul shards. Then I don't fucking know. He used his ocean ability to just keep stealing them. I heard ocean monsters and almost spat up my water. Then Sonny grabbed a disoriented man whose face he had just crushed with one of his free hands, and using his body as a shield, barreled through the enemies, slashing left and right. The mantle of the underworld rang, withstanding several powerful blows. He got lucky with a corrupted devil kill and got the armored echo. The ocean is a bad place to live in, Shadow Slave. Fair enough, then. The ocean's a bad place to live for any land animal. Period. But fair enough. Ugh, I haven't moved all day. That's a lie. I went on like 3 walks. One of the strikes was especially dire. Something managed to cut through the onyx armor and bit deep into his flesh, making Sonny stumble and hiss. It was the captain of the vessel. A woman in bright armor stood among the slaughtered archers. Her hand raised 2 discs of sharp blinding lights forming in her palms. Cursing, Sonny threw the body of the still struggling enemy at the attacking legionnaires, and then bent down, picking up a straight bolt meant for the ship's ballista. In the hand of the towering demon, the massive projectile almost looked like an oversized spear. Sending some of the newly received essence into his muscles, Sonny grunted and then tossed the bolt with all of his might. The captain's eyes widened, but before she could even move, the improved javelin struck her in the chest with the force of a siege ram, ending the woman's life immediately. That's such a fucking overkill. Oh, that's not that funny. That's not that funny. That's not that funny, but fuck, that's funny. You've slain and ascended. Oh, fuck me, that's funny. Sonny had no time to celebrate because he was once again being attacked from all sides. The corner of his mouth twitched. She was an ascended, huh? Oh, it's so graphic. Oh, fucking Christ. Oh, that had no reason to tickle me as much as it did. The Gunlog's Echo is considered a parasite, yep. Not a parasite, a symbiote. But the ocean and the Hollow Mountains were, are the worst place in Shadow Slave. Venom type shit. Devils have powers, Tyrants have minions, Terrors is AoE, Titans are world changers, Underworld is worse. Fanta, please shut up. I mean, I would expect the Underworld to be worse. Fucking hell. Alright, I'm done laughing at this poor woman being fucking killed by an oversized javelin. Spear even. He slaughtered the remaining crew of the ship and then rammed into another vessel and slaughtered its defenders as well. By then, the mantle of the underworld was full of cracks and gaps, and his battered body beneath was full of holes. On the bright side, he had regained enough essence to freely activate the living stone enchantment of his armor, which allowed him to quickly recover from the damage and glisten darkly once again. The surface was flawless and pristine. Sonny could not say the same about himself. Even though he had managed to recover some essence, his physical state was swiftly deteriorating. The countless shallow wounds were not too dangerous, especially because Bloodweave refused to allow his blood to flow out of them. A couple of the more serious injuries he had received were not too bothersome for now as well. However, his endurance was not limitless. Sonny was dead tired and had no amount of essence could fix that. He had only managed to last that long because of the Blood Blossom and the mantle of the underworld. But even that was not enough to sustain him anymore. And the battle was still raging on. Cassie climbed as high into the skies as she could, and not even her damaged ship anymore. Not even see her damaged ship anymore. Taking most of what remained of the fleet with her, the light of the lanterns turned into small dots and moved high above the resembling falling stars. From time to time, a piece of broken wood will fall from the darkness, reminding him of a fierce clash was still taking place high above. The pressure of the boarding parties reduced somewhat, but there were still dozens of ships left to stall. Or rather, hunt them down. Now that Sonny, his shadows, and his friends were tired and riddled with wounds, the roles they played subtly changed. He was not sure who was attacking whom anymore. And worst of all, with the distraction of Cassie's ship gone, the Steel Colossus was once again resumed his search for Noctis. Ooh, I'm getting tired. This feels like copyright territory. That definitely feels like copyright territory. Let's not be doing that now. Okay, this doesn't seem bad. Average Shadow Slave conflict. Being overburdened, yeah. You're loud as shit, but oh well. The Sun Prince grabbed two of his gargantuan javelins and bent slightly and lunged forward. Gaining incredible speed, the giant leaped into the air, flew across a vast gap between two islands, and landed on the surface of a new one with a thunderous crash. The island was just one chain away from the Ivory City, with several tall pillars raising into the air and to sever the morning mist of the flying ships. Much more importantly, from it, the Colossus had a clear shot at the last place where Noctis's vein had shown themselves. Still locked into a terrible combat, Sun Prince glanced at the crimson darkness and slowly raised his hand. G3 really wants to show how unfairly versatile his MC is. Oh yeah. G3 loves Sonny. To be fair, I would too if my MC was hellishly versatile. I mean, think about the Naruto argument, right? Everyone complains about Naruto because he technically has 6 pass Senjutsu chakra, which gives him all elemental types, yin, yang, and yin yang release, and he only does the same like 4 jutsu. Right? Same with Kakashi. Kakashi was the copy ninja. He had copied 1,000 jutsu. He was Kakashi of the copy eye. Out of any Uchiha, all of which had the ability to copy jutsu, Kakashi, a non-Uchiha, was called Kakashi of the copy eye. And he used the same like 4 jutsus unless you read the novels. So if you have characters who can be versatile, fucking show it off. What's my gym music? Noise. A jack of all trades, but master of none. I guess. I don't really have gym music, I'll be real with you. I kind of just listen to whatever the fuck is in my liked playlist, which is 3,000 songs long. And this goes back from November 1st, 2022. So, yeah. But 9 times out of 10, if I'm in the gym, I'm gonna be probably gonna listen to a podcast or throw on like TikTok or some shit. I'll listen to music on the walk there, but when working out, I'll throw on something funny. I don't know. One time I played a Josh Johnson comedy stand-up special. If you don't follow Josh Johnson on YouTube, by the way, holy fuck, go do it. He's great. He's so funny. Worst decision I ever made in my life. I had 120 kilograms on a fucking bench right here, and he said a joke, and I almost died. Ugh, it was not my smartest decision, I can tell you that much. I still got it up. Fucking hell, it was scary. Anyway, chapter 723, Falling Star. And hey, look at that, it's 800 words less than the usual fucking chapter. Game of Thrones video while working out? Yes, I do actually play Alt-Shift-X. Specifically on the Stairmaster. Like last night, I was on the Stairmaster. After I came back from drinks, I went to the gym at like 4 in the morning. I was on Stairmaster for like 20 minutes, just sweating out anything I could. And I was playing a Alt-Shift-X video. Man, every time I hear, yeah, I feel like I'm rapidly aging. Don't get me fucking started. Don't get me started. I remembered we have like 11 days until it's May. And I'm like, fuck, we're almost halfway through the fucking year already. What the fuck have I done? A lot. I've done a shit ton this year, but it doesn't feel like I've done a lot. Crap. The ship Sunny had just cleared happened to be very near the island where the Sun Prince was standing. In fact, all of the remaining ships were close due to the fact the battle was gradually shifting closer to the average city. He was not sure how much time it had took. Ever since COVID. Amen. 2020, 2021, and 2022 were the longest years of my fucking life. And those were years I was turning 18, 19, and fucking 20. To be fair, I didn't know I needed those years to be long, because that's when I was getting my life back together a little bit. The ship. Time sure flies by. Amen. The ship Sunny had cleared. He was not sure how much time it had took and how long he had been fighting. All he knew was how terribly tired he felt. He was on the verge of utter defeat. Looking at the steel colossus that was just beyond reach, Sonny gritted his teeth. Looking at the steel bastard that was just beyond reach. The bastard was not allowed to throw that javelin. He had to stop it at all cost. Noctis had to be protected. Not because Mordred told him so, but simply because the sorcerer was their best and most likely only chance to survive. Sonny hesitated for a split second and summoned Nightmare and Saint back. The shadows were entangled in a bloody battle on the deck of the distant ship. Following his command, the Black Steed did not waste a single moment to turn and leap into the dark sky. Landing on another vessel, it flew past and startled and terrified soldiers, then jumped again. Just like that, the stallion had soon reached Sonny and stopped, his sides raising heavily, covered in terrible wounds. The older you get, the faster it goes. Fun. I like playing with my cats, they're funny. Bloody foam was falling from its mouth. Corsier's eyes, however, they were still full of unbreakable will and murderous resolve. He was a proud and stubborn creature after all, almost as stubborn as Sonny. Sonny offered him a pale smile. You did well, rest now, for a bit. Saint dismounted and stood motionlessly, looking at him with her usual calm composure. Her ruby eyes, however, seemed to have become a little dim. The Tartantuan knight's armor was cracked and battered, but she did not appear to be seriously injured. There was ruby dust steaming from the cracks still. Sonny summoned the shadow embracing Nightmare and Saint back, and then wrapped all four of them around his body. Below, the steel colossus had already taken aim and was prepared to make his throw. Before he could, however, a heavy bolt struck him in the neck. The giant lingered for a moment and then slowly turned his head. Standing at the bow of the ship, Sonny picked up another bolt and smiled grimly. He did not know how to load and aim a ballista, but his own strength was more than enough. Or perhaps even greater than that of the siege weapon. Sure. Oh, fucking hell. Sure, his first throw did not seem to do any damage, but it seemed rather annoying now. The argument of the Soranus enchantment, extraordinary rock boomed, spreading the voice far and wide. Hey, you! Shadow sends his regards. Go and get me, Rust Bucket. How's that hand feeling, by the way? I'll never get over the fact that Sonny's so comfortable in his big ass fucking body, he's just able to pick up what is essentially gigantic metal beams and just chuck him at a bitch. Uh-oh, I'm in danger. Illuminated by the dim light of the crimson moon, the Colossus shifted slightly. The shadow veiling his eyes grew deeper, and then his javelin slowly moved, changing its aim. Sonny laughed. I guess he remembers me. Which was good. What was bad was that Sonny did not really know how to steer the flying ship, and so he was currently stationary. He was a stationary target, a sitting duck, basically. With a shrug, he dismissed his shadow and tossed the second bolt at the giant, and then looked in satisfaction as the bouncy fruit was off the Chain Lord's stoic face. My aim did improve, huh? Oonga Boonga style. Beast Titan style. Exactly. We love to see it. Fucking ape mode. It's such a funny thought, man. I can never get that out of my head now. Erin has posted on her close friends. I don't... Okay, never mind. I do care. That's funny. Oh, Christ. Just one more throw, and it would be time for him to abandon ship. Sun Prince lowered his head and then suddenly lashed out, moving with stunning speed for a creature his size. It was as though he was trying to kill an irritating fly. Sunny's smile froze. He had not expected that fast of a reaction after all. A split second before the javelin hit the ship, a hand grabbed him from behind and Sunny felt himself moving. Then something exploded below him, and everything was momentarily enveloped in a cloud of splinters. Kai was holding him as he tried to fly up, grunted, "Heavy!" In the next moment, they were hit by a shockwave as the archer lost his hold of his forearm demon. Together, they plummeted down. Effie was there too, clinging onto Kai's back and holding on to her dear life. The two seemed riddled with wounds, but still alive. Sunny felt the world spin for a couple of seconds, and then shook off his disorientation, summoned the dark wing, and tried to slow down his fall. They landed on the surface of the island and instantly moved, dodging the debris and destroyed ships. All three somehow managed to avoid being crushed. Then, however, the ground beneath suddenly shook. Feeling a sickening emptiness in his chest, Sunny slowly turned his head and saw a towering mountain of steel walking towards them, the island quaking with each of the giants step. He's bigger than the Hyanera Sukuna with horns, no? Oh, way bigger. Sukuna's like 8 foot 10. Sunny's like 10 foot. Does Sukuna have 2 sets of organs? No. He has a mouth. He has 2 mouths, 2 eyes, 2 arms. Depending who you're talking to. 2D. 2 curse techniques. A reverse curse technique. Sorry. Technique reversal. I'm a JJK Whopper. Ah, yes, the Shadow Dance. I haven't seen that one since the High Era. Going up with my MC's first ability is tough. I'd imagine. Oh, fuck me. God, I'm tired. The nightmarish memory of being smacked like a bug by the Sun Prince soul flashed in front of his eyes once again, making Sunny flinch and back away. There was no way they could run, however. And more importantly, they couldn't. They still needed to draw the Sun Prince's attention from Noctis. But what could they... do but die? Faced with a fury of an immortal transcendent, Sunny paled. Think! Think! Think, Mark, think! He raised his Odachi with uncertainty, desperately trying to evaluate their chances. He still had some essence left. Enough for a few minutes of remaining a shadow, or to make a jump or two. Would that be enough? What of the others? I always forget how much y'all can see of the actual reading screen. And what was he going to do when his essence ran out? And then suddenly... Then, a sudden sound attracted his attention. Looking up, Sunny saw something that made his eyes widen. Far above in the dark red sky, a silhouette of a graceful ship appeared from the radiance of the moon. Battered and damaged, the ship was almost falling down. It had been descending from terrible height, and so gathered such staggering momentum that the wind screamed loudly, as though they were being cut by a bow of a plumbing vessel. That was the sound Sonny had heard. He could almost see a delicate silhouette standing at the stern, holding the oars of her hand. Cassie, falling from the sky like a star, and the battleship changed course slightly, and then rammed into the giant colossus at full speed, causing the whole world to tremble. Cassie, what the fuck? Heights of regret. This bitch just kamikazed herself. What the fuck? Cassie, you can't be doing that. The battered ship fell into the dim red darkness of the sky, and, illuminated by the airy radiance of the crimson moon, crashed into the towering steel colossus. The armored beak of the ship struck into the giant's chest with such tremendous force that there was a blinding flash of light, and then a powerful shockwave rolled across the island, violently throwing Sonny off his feet. The deafening roar of the impact came as he fell. Rolling on the ground, Sonny was assaulted by the thundering crash of the beast, the rumbling groan of shattered wood, and a booming shriek of heavy metal being ripped apart. Sonny, stunned and disoriented, he rose to his knees and then swayed a little and looked up. What he saw made him pale. The sorcerer's ship lay broken on the ground, the fluid lines of its grace hull and broken gaps with terrible breaches, wide cracks running across the ancient wood, and its bow completely shattered. And the damage of the front part of the vessel was especially severe. The beautiful tree growing its main mast seemed damaged and dead. Cassie was nowhere in sight. At the very edge of the island, thrown back, some prince knelt. The steel colossus was swaying dangerously, clutching at its face with one of the remaining hands. At the spot where the ram of the ship had struck, his chest had caved in and ripped open, rivers of molten metal flowing from a terrible wound. And in the depths of the wound turned incandescent, and the heat. A cage made in the form of a human figure was revealed. The cage was slightly broken. Too, a charred hand could be seen crawling out the edges. Under its fingers, the metal was bending like cloth, slowly being torn away. Sonny shuddered, and then turned his gaze back to the wreck of the flying ship. Cassie, where's Cassie? He could not see the blind young girl anywhere in the wreckage. However, Sonny saw someone else. A bloodied figure suddenly fell from above, bouncing off the ground and crashed into the hull of the ship, causing more cracks to appear on the surface. Raven black hair, pale skin. It was Noctis. The sorcerer did not look good. His whole body was covered in blood, terrible wounds, and gaping open, and there his beautiful face was broken and disfigured. The skin split open and white bone visible beneath, with one eye socket empty, full of darkness. He was still alive, though, of course. He was. Fucking hell. Who let the blind girl drive? Do not underestimate the blind witch. Jesus fucking Christ. First of all, legendary save by Noctis. Second of all, legendary performance by Cassie. And who the fuck is gonna kill the Iron Guy now? Noctis could not escape the pain of the merciful embrace of death, even if he wanted to. As Sonny watched, paralyzed for the moment, something flashed through the air with a graceful figure appeared for a split second in front of the sorcerer, her beautiful chestnut hair dancing in the wind. In the next moment, a large portion of the hull of the ship exploded by Noctis, was pushed through it with a ferocious strike. Both saints disappeared into the darkness of the ancient vessel, which then shuddered, hinting at the dreadful battle continued. Sonny froze, looking between the swaying colossus and the wreckage of the ancient ship. His mind was empty, and he did not know what to do, or rather, he could not decide what took priority. There was too much time to decide, however. There was not much time to decide, however. Gritting his teeth, he looked around, searching for his friends. Kai seemed to be knocked out by the blast a little, but Effie was already on her feet, staring at the same direction he was. There was a grim expression on her face. Sonny groaned and slowly stood up. Effie, any ideas? She hesitated for a moment, then flashed him with a pale smile. I guess it's this time. Sonny frowned. What time? The young girl glanced at the wreckage and said, you know, that time when the movies when someone says split up. Sonny stared at her, not entirely understanding what she meant. Effie's gaze slowly shifted to the kneeling colossus, and a steady voice said, give me the knife, the ruby one. I'll deal with this big bastard. You and Kai go find Cassie and help the lunatic in that order. He's not going to die anytime soon. Effie, you cocky bitch. He stared at her from above, deep shadow veiling his eyes. Sonny had a lot to say, but in the end, he simply asked, are you sure? The young girl laughed. Don't I look like I'm sure? Relax, doofus. Just an immortal transcendent. We've dealt with things before, before it escapes its cage anyway. Sonny gritted his teeth and then summoned the covetous coffer and handed Effie the knife he had gotten from the creature of the lake. There was no time to say anything else. There was no need to. Effie took the knife, gripped his wrist for a moment, and then dashed away, without looking back. Cassie versus massive ass transcendent giant. I think I need to rewatch my videos. I think I need to rewatch a couple of my videos, or like I need to reread my notes. Because I gave a prediction somewhere saying Sonny is for sure going to kill Sylvain. The dragon literally has to die by Kai's hands. And that left the Iron Giant, which was either going to be Noctis or Effie. Did I not predict this? I swear I've made this fucking prediction before. Sonny helped Kai stand up and, supporting this disoriented archer, hurried towards the wreckage of the crashed ship. And as they ran, an ugly expression appeared on his bestial face. Don't you dare die on me, you freeloader. Your sleeping part is still at my house, damn it. Do you even know how much hassle it is to properly dispose of a corpse? If you have any consciousness, you will stay alive. God, I love the friendship between Sonny and Effie. It's so fucking cool. Behind him, Effie ran to the edge of the island, summoning the Dusk Shard. As a swirl of sparks surrounding her hand, she jumped up and landed on the toppled pillar they laid parallel to the ground, raising slightly at the far end. Huh. We're still in this playlist. Fucking hell. Coughing giant versus hydrogen bit child. I'm pretty sure I threw an iron giant into space. The young girl rushed across the long pillar and then leaped high into the air with all of her prodigious strength, flying straight forward and the kneeling giant's chest. As she flew, Effie activated the single enchantment of the heavy shield. Forged from a shard of the fallen star, the shield contains the weight of the Heavens, depending on the heart of the wielder, it can be as light as a feather or heavy as regret. She poured her essence into the memory, making it feel as heavy as a mountain on her hand. As a moment later, Effie crashed into the Colossus with all that weight. The impact was not nearly as devastating as when Cassie had brought the ship down from the sky. No shit, Sherlock. But the Sun Prince has yet regained his balance. This was just enough to push his upper body a little bit back. And that little bit was enough to send the Sun Prince toppling over. A few seconds later, both of them, the giant immortal and the little girl, disappeared from view, falling over the edge of the island, down into the empty darkness of the sky below. Effie, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck? You crazy bitch, why? Chapter 725, Shipwreck Island. Damn, I love how these fights are described. Yeah, G3's really fucking good at it. Rip, yeah, fucking massive rip. This sucks. I know she's not dead, but like still, fucking hell. I love how crazy cohort is. Yeah, no, the cohort's filled with, I think, legally obtained nightmares. It really gets the blood pumping. Fucking amen. As Sonny and Kai moved towards the wreck of the ancient ship, the heavenly chain suddenly rattled deafeningly, and the whole island quaked once more as it shifted higher. Turning back, they saw that the steel colossus was gone from the edge. Effie was nowhere in sight as well. Sonny stared into the empty space and where the giant had been kneeling not too long ago, then gritted his teeth and looked away. Effie knew what she was doing. No one was more motivated to survive the nightmare and return to the waking world alive. Not even Sonny. She would have not done anything that would leave her no chance to escape. Everyone except Kai is a lunatic, and Kai is going crazy by listening to Sonny. Give him time. Give him time. If my idea that Kai is going to become a leader at some point is correct, then I think he is actively going to lose his brain. Inevitably. Because you can't rule by being sane. In any case, every one of them was in terrible danger. If Sylvain managed to defeat Noctis, she would be coming for them next, and Cassie could have been dying or dead already, somewhere in the wreckage. There was no time to waste for unnecessary thoughts. Sonny dragged Kai forward, lamenting on the fact that the archer was coming back to his senses so slowly. His incredible sight would have been very useful right now. His four shadows flew forward to the wreck, gliding between the debris in search of the young woman. However, it was hard to make out anything in the chaotic mess of splintered woods, upturned soil, and shredded sails. And then, finally, he thought he noticed a weak movement under the pile of debris. With his two hearts beating wildly, Sonny rushed forward and then threw a piece of the ship's hull aside. Bending down, digging through the soil, he saw a piece of black fabric and moved some dirt to reveal Cassie's pale face. She's struggling to sit and coughed violently. The young girl seemed to be fine. How is she fine? How is Cassie fine from this? How? What the fuck? How? What the fuck? Whatever. Fine, whatever. The blind girl seemed to be fine. The piece of cloth covering her eyes had slid down, revealing two empty eye sockets, and her dress was soaked with blood from the arrows wounded her shoulder. But other than that, there were only mild scratches and lacerations on her body. Miraculously, Cassie's still alive. And we say Sonny's fated? Fuck off. No. Fuck off. That is some bullshit if I've ever heard it. Future Sight is overpowered? Fuck off. That is not Future Sight. That's bullshit. Oh my days. Shit in hell. Sonny stared at her with wide eyes, a sense of profound relief slowly spreading through his chest. The old woman coughed some more, wiped the dirt off her face, and turned her head slightly with an uncertain, unbearable expression. Who is there? Sonny? He helped Kai sit down and said, yeah, it's me. But can't your ability tell? Cassie grimaced. I ran out of soul essence. Damnation. This bitch. The audacity of this bitch. She's stealing catchphrases now. Sonny, we need to kill her. Today, finishing volume 4? Probably not. It's getting to 12 o'clock. We're almost 4 hours into streaming. I'll probably get to... what? 7:30? Which will leave us 20 chapters tomorrow, hopefully. Nah, we're dragging him down. A stifled laugh escaped his mouth. That's what you're concerned with, you damn fool? What the hell was that stunt? How did you even survive the crash? Cassie turned to him, confused expression on her beautiful face. What? I jumped off the ship a few moments before I hit the prince, of course. Since it carried me down, I'm not crazy. You kamikaze dived into a giant metal golem. You defined what crazy is. Jesus fuck. He stared at her for a moment, then covered his face with his hand and let out a long relieved sigh. You've been spending too much time with me. Only a madman would call ramming a flying ship into an immortal steel giant at full speed not crazy. Yeah, exactly! Exactly, Sonny! Now that he knew the blind girl was alive, though he could fully think of anything else, as cold shivers ran down his spine, Sonny turned and stared at the dark gaping hole in the hull of the crashed ship, where Noctis and Sylvain had disappeared. The wreck was still trembling and groaning, proving that the two transcendents were still fighting inside. Cassie tried to stand up, fell back, and remained motionless for a few moments. What is happening? Sonny grimaced. Effie is dealing with what is left of the Sun Prince. Kai is here, but he had the wind knocked out of him. Noctis is on the island, and he seemed to be losing to Sylvain terribly. His shadows returned, wrapping themselves around his body and bringing them vast and fearsome strength. Cassie and Jet are low-key OP. Low-key? Well, I say that. I don't think I know anything about Jet's ability yet. I know she has, like, a Reaper. She's called a Reaper. She has a Scythe. And that's all I really know. That's it. Oh, and she's a Master. Sonny lingered for a moment, then stood up. You stay here with Kai and rest for a little bit. I'll be back shortly. The blind young girl frowned, and then hurriedly fumbled for her blindfold, pulled it up, covering the empty darkness where it missed her eye. Covering the empty darkness of her missing eye. I need to sneeze again. Where are you going? He looked at the wreckage for a ship and smiled darkly. I'm going to return a debt. He owed Sylvain quite a lot. After all, months of agony and desperation, a life of debt, the life of a dear friend, and even a heart. When would he ever get a chance to repay her hospitality again? Leaving Cassie and Kai behind, Sonny gathered his courage and dashed towards the wreck. Jumping through the breach of the hull, he landed on the skewed floor of one of the compartments at the stern of the ship and froze for a moment, hit by a strong sense of deja vu. All of this, it did not feel very familiar. Jet's Jet, Cassie's Cassie, yeah. Was it not the same compartment that he had entered the wreck all that time ago in the distant future while hunting for miraculous coins? Of course, back then the ancient ship had looked vastly different, at least on the inside. It had been infested by a spewing mass of brown vines and moss, the murky air full of poison they secreted. There we go. I forgot what that fucking word said then. Back then, Sonny had not known who Noctis was, how his ship ended up broken and abandoned on the desolate island near the rift. Well, now everything is still in the place. This island was going to become the Shipwreck Island. The wound on its chest of the giant steel corpse, the terrible damage done to the bow of the cast veil. All made sense now, except for one thing. How did Sylvain ended up trapped for thousands of years in the cargo hold, so that Sonny had killed her in the future? Sonny did not consider the chances in a battle against the living embodiment of war to be very high, and the mere fact of knowing the future told him was not impossible to defeat her. At least that's what he wanted to believe. Sneaking through the broken ship, he came closer and closer to the sound of the furious battle. If he was wrong, however, the possibility of Sonny finding himself becoming the host of the monstrous corrupted parasite was not out of the question. Is that parasite inside of Noctis, by the way? Like the thing moving under his skin? Is he actively going to try and get him? Like, Noctis is purposely losing the fight to Sylvain, so Sylvain can cut him open to then give him that parasite? Do you have any guesses for Jet's flaw? I don't know Jet's ability. I don't know anything about Jet. I know she's a master. I know she's called the Reaper. She's bad working together with other people that isn't like a fucking schizophrenic psychopath like Sonny. Well, do you think the Mountain King revived and made Noctis a larvae? What? You've lost me. Chapter 726, Sweet Release. You say Soul Reaper as a correction. For what? Like, what is that trying to do? It was sarcasm. Ah. We don't know shit about Jet until Antarctica. Isn't that, like, literally after this volume? It's because of her title. She's a Soul Reaper. Ah. I don't know how to feel about that. I mean, that's a very broken ability, admittedly. If she has, like, direct ability to just kill the soul. That's crazy. I'm going to piss myself. I need to piss. Piss, shit, and cum. Appreciate calm. Combination you'll never know. I feel like I'm making jokes about a part of the internet that like half the chat's not old enough to fucking remember. Why's the music so goddamn quiet, man? At least it's still copyright free. Woohoo! Chapter 726. Sweet Release. As Sonny slowly approached the main cargo hold, he felt doubt crawl into his mind. What was he doing? What was he actually doing? The battle between two saints was no place for an awakened, no matter how powerful he had grown, absorbing thousands of shadow fragments and forming a fourth core. The gap in power between Sonny and Sylvain was just too vast. He had faced her twice in the past, and each time the War Maiden crushed him, without even putting any effort into her attacks. The bitter taste of those defeats still lingered in his mouth, especially the second one where he had watched helplessly as she slaughtered Elias in front of his eyes. When he remembered that vile day, his pupils narrowed. An overwhelming feeling of hatred and anger drowned his mind, so scorching and consuming that Sonny was momentarily stunned by the intensity. Every wound, every second of torturous pain, every night of quiet desperation he had experienced in the Red Colosseum rose from the depths of his memory, making him feel like he was reliving the torment. The memory of the burning sacred grove was there, too, as well as that old man crying as he cradled the dead body of his mother in the trembling arms. And that the Elias' bright eyes suddenly turned empty and hollow. The grief, the shame, the fury was not having to be able to keep the promise. Fucking hell, I just can't read out loud today, can I? Sonny tried to resist the hatred, but failed. It was just too vast, deep, and deserved. Sylvain had deserved his hatred. She had put him in a cage. She had made him a slave. Gritting his teeth and surpassing the beast you had grown, Sonny continued to move forward. I'll make her pay. It is not impossible. His task was not as hard as he made it out to be. He did not need to defeat Sylvain, he just needed to give Noctis an opportunity to defeat her. Anyone could defeat anyone could defeat anyone. Anyone could be destroyed. You just had to use the right weapon. Even the gods had not been able to save themselves. Sonny's enemy was an immortal transcendent, but his weapon was the immortal transcendent too. Approaching the familiar door, he summoned the cruel sight, inhaled deeply, and then turned into an incorporeal shadow, sliding noiselessly into the main cargo held of the broken ship. There, the two saints were entangled in a ferocious battle. Both Noctis and Sylvain seemed to have forgone to use their weapons. Neither had assumed their transformed forms, preferred to remain the shape of a human. They were not even using their aspect abilities unless Sonny simply failed to comprehend the score and magnitude of what Transcendents were doing. Instead, the mortals chose the most direct, intimate, and brutal form of combat. They were fighting with their bare hands. Each strike was devastating enough to crush a mountain, sending destructive shockwaves through the vast cargo hold, and Noctis seemed to be losing terribly. Up close, the sorcerer looked even worse when Sonny had caught a glimpse of him outside the ship. He was covered in blood from his head to his toe. His face was broken and missing an eye, and one of his cheeks was ripped open, revealing white teeth and making it seem as though Noctis was grinning. The sight was both ghastly and disturbing. Noctis looked more like a corpse than a living being, and yet he was still moving. The speed at which both The speed at which two saints fought was almost too great for Sonny to discern anything, but he could still perceive the sorceress deflecting some of Sylvain's vicious blows and trying to dodge others. Sometimes he would succeed, but mostly he failed. With each strike he landed on his body, more blood was spilled and more bones were broken, with a sickening crunch, and more than what made Noctis himself was destroyed. There was almost nothing left. The beautiful and charming person Sonny had once seen on the surface of the golden coin. Sylvain, on the other hand, seemed perfectly fine. Her tantalizing face was calm and slightly sad. Her soft skin free of any blemishes. Her simple red tunic flawlessly clean, and any indication that she had been locked in a furious battle with another transcendent. That her hands were covered in scarlet blood, becoming the same as the garnet. His thoughts darkened. Damnation! Sonny slid into the shadows, watching tensely and waiting for his chance to intervene. That had to be a chance of a single instance where the momentary delay in Sylvain's onslaught would allow Noctis to turn the tables of the War Maiden. No matter how long he waited and how closely he watched, the moment never came. Instead of a blow, Noctis let out a terrible scream and fell to his knees, blood streaming from his mouth. Sylvain calmly stepped forward and grabbed him by the hair, jerking the sorcerer's head so that his mangled face could be seen. With a solemn expression, she raised her bloodied fist and delivered a final blow and said in a voice that seemed more mournful than triumphant, "Is that all? I expected more from you, Noctis. I wished for so much more." As Sonny cursed and prepared to attack the War Maiden from behind, the sorcerer struggled weakly in her grip. His gaze danced wildly across the cargo hold as if searching for something to save him. And then in a short moment, it landed directly at Sonny, making him freeze. Did he imagine it? It seemed as though Noctis looked at him with purpose. For just a split second, Sonny was ready to swear that he noticed a silent message in the sorcerer's one remaining eye. Don't. And then he saw something moving beneath the immortal skin. He was carrying it. What the fuck? His knife was found in the real world, wasn't it? I think she can't love people around her. Yeah. If people stay around Sylvain for too long, they kind of just go fucking nuts for her. She's a character who suffers from the idea of never knowing what true intimacy is. No, I know. I just wanted to know if there would be spoilers for Joshua. I mean, I know Noctis is still alive. His sword's still around. Bitch, Sylvain deserved the horrible flaw. Also, longest stream we've had since doing Shadow Slave content. We've gotten to 4 hours officially. Holy fuck, what are we doing? Comfrey Panda. And Morpool. Yeah, shocker. All the people of Hope is crazy. Yes, and being around Sylvain, that makes them more fucking crazy. Sonny only hesitated for a heartbeat, but then it was already too late to do anything. Sylvain struck, breaking Noctis' rib cage and thrusting her hand into his chest. What in the fucking conquest? Oh shit. And then the War Maiden suddenly flinched and jumped back, letting out quite a yeep. Her bloody hand was pressed tightly against her body. Noctis, meanwhile, continued to kneel, staring expressionlessly at her broken chest. Then he shifted slightly and let out a long, deep sigh of relief. Ah, this is much better. So much better. He looked up, his ghastly glint slowly turning into a sincere one. This was almost worth ruining my attire. Unforgiving. Yapping is keeping my heart. Fucking gal Kirbs. Shit out, brother. Anyway. Chapter 2070. Nope. Chapter 727. Unforgiven. Suddenly, Noctis seemed different. He was still beaten, mangled, and covered in blood, but the sorcerer's presence suddenly changed. If before it was faint and weak, now it was brimming with power, potency, and free-flowing energy. Vast, furious, unrestrained, and with madness. Suffused with madness. Fucking Christ, I can read. In what chapter is good full stop? If so, is so bad for you? I mean, I'm stopping in 3 chapters anyway. Stopping in 3 chapters, filming a TikTok, uploading it. It will also be posted on YouTube as well. Going to the gym, coming back, going to bed. You can't do that. Yeah, I can. Save the next 20 chapters for tomorrow? Easily. Easily and happily. Despite the fact Noctis was on his knees and crippled, he suddenly seemed terrifying. The morbid grin on his torn and disfigured face seemed more menacing than pitiful now. His one remaining eye glistened, reflecting a distant light of the crimson moon. It was as though something had been suppressing the sorcerer's true power all this time had finally set free. Noctis inhaled deeply, and at the same, Sylvain suddenly swayed. Her hand had been used to crush his ribcage, was pressed against her own body, blood steaming down at the red tunic. Her beautiful wide eyes widened, and then something moved under her skin, making the War Maiden let out a pained scream. She staggered back and looked at the kneeling sorcerer with a pale face. What have you done to me? Noctis smiled. His voice sounded hoarse and full of unfathomable emotion when he spoke. What else? I filled you with an urgent wish, Sylvain. I have defeated you. She stared at him in shock and suddenly shuddered to let out another tortured scream. As drops of blood flew out of her mouth, the beautiful transcendent stumbled and fell to her knees. Her sublime face was deathly pale and contorted by a grimace of terrible pain. The sorcerer let out a croaking laugh and slowly stood up. Just like that, the roles were reversed. The Old Maiden was on her knees and Noctis was looming above her. This is going to look so fucking cool in the goddamn webtoon. Oh my god. The aura farming edits Noctis is gonna get in 2030 is going to be crazy. He lingered for a moment and then looked at the patchy shadow where Sunny was hiding, his mind full of vague suspicion. You can come out, Sunless. It's safe now. What the hell? Sunny hesitated for a few seconds and then assumed his corporeal form and glanced at Sylvain, his eyes burning with hatred. Suddenly a few things were clicking in place and starting to make sense. The magic circle where the sorcerer's residence in the river blood that Noctis had fed to the soil below, the cracks in the stone floor, the tremors that were running from time to time. Even the faint scream of the awoken that had woken Sonny last night in the sanctuary. He turned and stared at the sorcerer. A harrowing guess appeared in his mind. Sylvain, however, was still in the dark. As the ghastly movements under her skin grew stronger and more noticeable, she groaned. "What is this thing? My aspect." I wanted to sound fucking tortured, dude. In 2080, you mean? Ah, you noticed. Yes. There was no point in me trying to There's no point in trying to summon your ability. My little pet is a bit hungry for your soul essence, you see. I've been starving it for a few hundred years after all. As he spoke, his own essence flowed freely, coursing through the mangled body with terrible wounds covering it as it started to heal at an incredible pace. As Sonny watched, the bloody hole in the sorcerer's chest closed. His shattered ribs concealed back into a proper shape. His torn cheek was already growing back together. A cloud of blood formed in his empty eye socket, slowly turned into a new eye. Noctis took a step forward, leaned forward, and looked at Sylvain and whispered, "This pet of mine is a very special creature. It is a vine that feeds on the powerful souls. The profane seed that eventually birthed. It was created when the ashes of the heart grove mixed with the Adri's blood." You remember Adri, don't you, Sylvain? Well, allow me to return her last gift to you. Oh my fucking goodness. Whoa! His voice seethed with a boundless rage and sorrow. Sonny frowned and glanced at the sorcerer with a complicated expression. Holy shit! So Noctis had created Wolvane, a corrupted monster capable of devouring saints from the ashes of the sacred grove and Andre's blood. He kept it in the ground beneath his residence for hundreds of years, nurturing the abomination by feeding it his essence and blood. And then, when the time came, he took it into himself, making his body both bait and a trap for the person who decided to screech the grove and killed its lady. All this time, the sorcerer was restrained by having to suppress the creature and prevent it from devouring him from the inside. And then, when the monster finally found its new host, it was finally set free to enjoy its full power. A pale smile appeared on Sonny's face. What a devious, patient, and ruthless vengeance Noctis had envisioned for Sylvain. He could learn a thing or two from unforgiving sorcerer. Holy fucking shit! Noctis is the fucking goat, brother. Oh my god. Noctis is crazy. I'm here for it. Me too. I love Noctis. Straight body horror. Noctis is Kenjaku, but on our side. Noctis is a little silly crazy guy. We love him. Noctis is the best. Noctis horrifying. He's the most whimsical guy in all of the Kingdom of Hope. Sonny being a fanboy, I don't fucking blame him. What the fuck? This is some crazy maneuvers Noctis had pulled out of fucking nowhere, by the way. Oh my god. I'm assuming it was corrupted from the beginning. The War Maiden looked at Noctis for a few moments, then bent in a violent convulsion, letting out a terrible shriek. The skin on her face broke and a thin, worm-like vein appeared from beneath it. Crawling forward, the blood. Another thicker one burst from her hand. Sylvain groaned, and then let out a stifled chuckle. Sorry. I need to do something just like really fucking quick. You. Music? Alright, I think the music's still playing. This is why we still glaze Noctis. Fucking fair. That he was already a great character deserving of glaze. This is fucking crazy work. Ah, after all this, I'm defeated by you. She gritted her teeth and then suddenly smiled through the pain. Glory to the beast. Mm. Mm. With that, the War Maiden struggled to move and arduously reached forward with a trembling hand. A knife carved out of a single piece of wood rested on her bloodied palm. Noctis looked at her for a while, then silently took the knife and straightened it. Towering above the trembling woman, he remained motionless for a few moments, darkness veiling his face. Sonny took a step forward, being tangled by hatred. No, not yet. Let her scream. Let her suffer more. Let her suffer forever. Killing Sylvain was what he had planned, but now, looking at the beautiful, hateful priestess of war, he was unwilling to let her escape that easily. She had wanted this to happen all along. This was her true victory. Sonny's ability to think clearly dissolved, consumed by fury. He had just enough sense left to realize that this behavior was unnatural, that this intensity and this desire for revenge was unusual even for someone as spiteful as him. He did not care. At that moment, the only thing he wanted was to see Sylvain pay for what she had taken from him. Noctis looked at the knife, his eyes full of darkness, and then threw it aside, lodging the wooden blade into the cargo hold. When he spoke, his voice was trembling. You don't deserve to die for what you did to us. You don't deserve to die, Sylvain. You only deserve to live. Spite, chapter 2078. 728 even. Spiteful Shadow. This is a lot to take in. I'm not gonna lie. This is a whole lot to take in. I don't even know how the fuck I'm meant to continue from this. Oh my god. That Ophi? Give me a minute. I need to feed my cats. That Ophi? Was Rhea let out? Did Rhea get out? I'm back. Juicy chapter right there. This is a good moment to stop. Who is the second knife in IRL? The ivory knife, which would be Lady of the North, I think. Yeah, I think they would be Lady of the North. Why's the music so fucking quiet? There you go. Lady of the North, Sylvain and Noctis. Cervex, Le Sylvain. Mordred killed her using a real knife, the Oracle. Yeah. So Noctis and the lady are still alive in our timeline. I still think he's gonna die. I think somehow, some way, he is going to die in this timeline. And that is what the world wants. But I guess that's not right now. Hearing the cruel words that sentenced Sylvain to thousands of years of horror and torment, Sonny couldn't help but feel a dark, euphoric sense of glee. The moment of pain she had visited upon him, and the faces of those she had killed flashed in front of her eyes once again, making the glee grow even sweeter. Good. The only thing Sonny regretted was that he had killed Sylvain in the distant future, releasing her from that torment. If he had known better back then, he would have left her to rot. Noctis coldly stared at the squirming priestess for a moment, and then turned around as if intending to leave. Sylvain let out a groan of agony, more vines breaking through her skin, crawling down the floor. Wait! She struggled to raise her head and looked at her. Her eyes full of fear. Noctis, you have to kill me. You won't be able to free her if I'm still alive. Oh, yeah, shit. I forgot about that. Oh, she's dead. Oh. Is that what Noctis wants to do? He doesn't want to free her. He wants to kill her. His sense of freedom is killing her. Or his sense of, like, freedom would be killing her. Huh. Weird. The sorcerer stopped and lingered for a moment, and then glanced at her over the shoulder. His face was cold and unmoving. After a long pause, he said nonchalantly, "Hope is a great and powerful demon. She can handle a shackle or two on her own." As Sylvain's eyes widened, Noctis looked away and took a step forward to the gates of hold. And Sonny, meanwhile, was doing the hardest thing he had ever done in his life. Crazy work. Sonny was walking towards the edge of the cargo hold, where the wooden knife was lodged into the wall. Every step he made felt like he was dragging a mountain with him. No, it was much harder than that. A mountain would have been heavy, but dragging it along was a simple task. Hard, or maybe even impossible, but simple nevertheless. However, he was not struggling against the physical weight. Instead, Sonny was struggling against his very nature. He had grown up in the outskirts, fighting for his life in a cruel, indifferent world. He had learned a lot of vicious lessons to survive, and those lessons made him selfish, cynical, and jaded, unwilling to trust anyone or believe anything. Those qualities helped him to remain alive, but his life changed. And some of them turned him into a hindrance. Slowly and painfully, he had shed his previous skin, learned a thing or two, trusted those who deserved to be trusted, and have hope in himself in the future. However, one thing he never managed to leave behind, something he never really wanted to, was a spite. Spite had been the one thing motivating him to survive the first nightmare, after all. Back then, even now, it's his only reason to live. I don't understand a word of Joshua. He's talking very fast. Am I talking fast? Am I reading too fast? I don't think I am. And so, Sonny was not big on forgiveness. He could still not forgive Cassie, at least not fully, despite everything they had been through together before and after her decision to put Nephis' life before his own. He believed in a value of retribution. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. And that was an ancient law that no one should be able to trample on him and remain unpunished. That's why the very thought of letting Sylvain die in peace seemed abhorrent to him. And yet, his trembling hand landed on the handle of the wooden knife. Sonny was a very stubborn person. Gritting his teeth, he dislodged the knife into the wall and swayed a little, struggling to keep the all-consuming hatred that drowned in his mind at bay. I'm from Argentina. Here we talk Spanish, bro. Oh, sorry. I forgot you're from not an English dominant speaking country, even. That's my apologies. Yes, he wanted Sylvain to pay. He wanted her to suffer. But even more than that, he wanted fate. Even more than that, he wanted fate to go to hell. He could not allow for another thing to happen just like it had happened in the real past. He needed to prove that once and for all, he was going to marinate on the powerfulness. That huge powerlessness from the string of fate. Fucking hell. I thought y'all spoke German. I thought it was a bilingual country, no? Where the fuck was I? He needed to prove that once and for all he was marionette on the hug powerless string. Yeah. He was also really outraged at the thought of Hope messing with his mind. And this is where scorching intensity of his hatred for the War Maiden had come from. Without a doubt, from the poisonous influence of the demon of desire, who had taken his trauma, sorrow, and anger and turned it into a weapon to subjugate him. It was a weird thing to know that his fury was fabricated, but at the same time welcomed it to be tempered and surrendered to it. And that temptation, it was way harder to overcome than the weight of the mountain. Why am I even doing this? She deserves to suffer. Wouldn't it be splendid to leave her to suffer? Wouldn't it be the most joyous thing ever? Oh, it would. I can't imagine anything sweeter. Sonny struggled to even remember why he was holding the knife. Oh, right. Fate. I promised to destroy it, didn't I? That was because my fate is to be a slave. I don't really want to be a slave, but who cares? I want Sylvain to be tortured for eternity, much more than I want to be free. Freedom is a dissonant abstract. Who even wants it? But retribution, that's right here, and that feels so wonderful. He wants to kill Sylvain twice after she helped him join her fight club. To be fair, he never asked to join. He was kind of just forced into that shit. I hate how sensitive these fucking headphones are, man. Oh my god. Gritting his teeth, he made a step forward. Step, and another step. Walking across the cargo hold of the broken ship was much harder than it would have been to climb the cold, dark mountains chains. He wasn't sure he was going to make it. His face was controlled by an ugly grimace, and his dark eyes buried with mad glee, and then suddenly stopped. I changed my mind. It is worth it, surrendering to fate. It is worth it, if it means that this hateful witch will be tortured endlessly. This will be right. This will be just. This is the best outcome after all. Sonny sighed and smiled with relief. Now that he had decided to surrender to fate, it was a terrible weight lifted on his shoulders. He was free from the mask of joy and revenge. Revel in the surrounding, unburdened, ecstatic that is peace. Sonny smiled. Got the presence of hope and Sylvain's getting to him. Because this is the least Sonny thing I've heard Sonny think about and participate in. I know he hates that bitch, but he hates that bitch for two fucking reasons. Or he hates the bitch as much as he does for two prominent reasons, both of which are outside of his control. He's overcome mind games before from a significantly more powerful creature than him. I think he's going to do it again and kill Sylvain. Sonny's an idiot sometimes. He can be, but him not wanting to be a slave is kind of like a, massive part of his fucking character. And thus, Sonny smiled and thrusted the wooden knife into Sylvain's chest. Damnation. Yes, leaving the War Maiden to suffer felt right and just, but Sonny could never be righteous. And it did not really care about being just. And more importantly than that, he wanted to spite fate more than he ever wanted to avenge himself on Sylvain. That's the Sonny we like to hear. Talk a little bit. It's about damn time we did as well. As if he would ever surrender to fate. Hey, the Mimic was on the ship the whole time. And his master is outside. What the fuck is the Mimic gonna do? The beautiful priestess shuddered and looked at him with pain relief mixing in her mesmerizing eyes. And then her glaze slowly emptying, losing the spark of life her body fell to the floor. Sonny grimaced, feeling bitterly disappointed. He was not happy with his choice after all. He felt terrible. But it had to be done. As the one knife broke in his hand, the spell whispered, "You have slain the transcendent human Sylvain. Your shadow grows stronger. And you have received the memory." Yeah. Huh? Another memory? How does this work? Yeah, didn't he get the armor the first time he killed Sylvain? Right, that's what he got. Is that what he got from Sylvain and the corrupted monster? It was the piece of armor, right? I don't want to Google this, chat. Help me out, please. Also, 4.5 hours. Fuck my life. And then Sonny felt really uncomfortable, as if someone was staring at his back. He turned around slowly to meet the sorcerer's dark glaze. Oh, fuck. He turned around, slowly met the sorcerer's dark glaze. Sonny Noctis looked at him, and then bared his teeth in a dangerous smile. Sunless. What did you do? Sonny shivered, suddenly feeling very cold. Chapter 729. Broken fucking shackles. Oh, my heart can't handle this. What happened the last time when Sonny killed this shit? He gained a memory, right? He gained a pretty good fucking armor set. I don't want to read this. My heart is pumping out my fucking ass, dude. He got the immortality armor. That's it. Yeah, the Undying Chain. Yeah. Oh, God, I don't want to read this. I'm fucking terrified, dude. Oh, I'm terrified. We're approaching the climax. Bitch, I know. I've got 20 chapters left. 22, even. Noctis stood in the darkness of the cargo hold, looking at Sonny with a dangerous, cold smile. One of his eyes glistened with pale moonlight. The other still suffused with blood, with a mad red glow. The air around them became cold and the darkness grew deeper. Sonny trembled a little, then glanced at the broken wooden knife in his hand, and then a tool created by the Lord of Light had severed its purpose. It was empty and mundane. The ocean of radiant energy and the string of fate long gone from within it. He dropped the remains of the knife on the floor, glanced at the sorcerer with a dour expression, and said nonchalantly, "I killed her. Why?" Noctis stared at him for a few moments, and then took a deep breath. "I've been planning and waiting for this moment for a very long time, you know. Hundreds of years. Really, and you just went and ruined it all. Sunless, we're friends, but I'll be honest, I'm a little cross right now." Something shifted in the darkness, and the walls of the cargo hold groaned. The sorcerer continued to stare at him, his red eyes glowing brighter and brighter, and Sonny himself winced, feeling the sorcerer's presence crash into him like a wave. When he pretended to look unimpressed, he took a step forward and shrugged. "Well, get over yourself." Sonny, brother, what the fuck are we doing? Is he gonna tell him the whole truth? Like, is he just gonna go out of his way and be like, "Look, none of this is real. You've already done all this. I've killed Sylvain, not once, but twice now. Get killed 80% speed run." Brother, my heart is pounding out my fucking chest. Noctis blinked, and then he tilted his head a little, and then he stopped smiling. "Get over yourself?" It did not seem like he liked that answer at all, and Sonny nodded. "Yes, snap out of it and get over yourself." He pointed at the body in Sylvain and frowned. "First of all, do me a favor and remember why we started all this mess in the first place. It was to kill the Chain Lords and to free Hope. Oh look, a Chain Lord. Isn't it wonderful?" He smiled, revealed his sharp fangs. However, Noctis remained unmoved, still staring at him with a frightening coldness. Sonny took another step forward and pointed at the finger at his chest. "Second of all, aren't you too full of yourself? Andre's last gift? Really?" He judged that as if the moment the Transcendent would simply kill him with one strike. It would have been now, so despite the smile, Sonny was actually trembling inside. Noctis grated his teeth. "What's wrong with that?" Sonny crossed his arms. "Who are you to deliver the gifts of Herbie off?" Unlike the two of us, Lady Andre had no hatred for Sylvain. In fact, she was grateful to her. She swore to carry the death of the gratitude of the Shadow Realm. Even, I saw it all in one of those nightmares you'd sent me into. The corner of the sorcerer's mouth twitched. You're lying. Why would she? Sonny shook his head. I never lie. Lady Andreas, the first of the eternal shackles to question your duty, wasn't she? She came to the conclusion that hope should be liberated, and that was where you got the idea from. From her. He sighed. Well, who has done more to make it happen than Sylvain? Without her, Hope's prison would still be perfect. The Chain Lords wouldn't have been driven to desperation, and Madness wouldn't have been standing here trying to break the chains that bind desire. Sonny Grimstone looked away, still the throes of crushing regret about giving Sylvain an easy death. Buckle up, fuck me. Scale issue Noctis. Why would you support between them if they're right? Thinking about the Undying Train has the strongest memory in the novel. I mean, it's certainly like up there with one of the strongest armors ever fucking made. So, as much as it pains me to admit, in a sense, Sylvain is the true anarchist of this rebellion. She made Lady Andre's desire come true, and although I would love to let her suffer for eternity, our task comes first. Noctis remained motionless for a while, staring into the distance. The mad light of his eyes seemed to subdue it a little. Then he shifted slightly and glanced at Sonny. His voice sounded grim. I suggest you run, Sunless. Sonny froze. Crap, it didn't work. He took a step back and shuddered. Noctis, wait, what I meant to say was... Shook his head. No, you idiot, I'm not going to kill you. But have you stopped to think what would happen if Sylvain dies? I was a bit preoccupied. Wait, what? Oh, shit! Noctis glanced at the body of the War Maiden. Backed away, too. The Worm Vein. It doesn't have a host anymore, you foolish shadow, so run. Some distance away at the edge of the island, a small hand appeared from the darkness. A young girl in battered armor struggled to grab something and then pull herself up. Fell in the grass and remained motionless, staring at the dark sky. Her dark body was covered in burns and lacerations. The bronze armor shredded so thoroughly that it was falling apart, slowly turning into dimming sparks of light. She was severely wounded and drained of essence, and so exhausted. But she was alive. Effie stared at the stars, too tired to move. Pain, of course, through her body, badly burnt body. She winced and slightly whispered quietly, "Oh, you should have seen the other guy." Why am I quieting it down for yous? I want to quiet it down for me. There we go. Immortality. Immortality for essence, and every time you ascend, you get a massive boost in essence. Noctis is the most kind and merciful person in the Kingdom of Hope. What about the Midnight Jaw? Not powerful, but it's supposed to be unbreakable. And it can be amplified by its shadows, too. So it could get significantly stronger. A pale smile appeared on her bloodied face. Far below, the giant steel carcass was swaying in the wind, its legs tangled in the heavy chain that the Colossus had broken as it fell. His chest was split open, and deep within it, a half-open cage in the form of a human figure was slowly turning cold. The Sun Prince was dead. As well, there were only 2 Chain Lords remain. Sonny and Noctis left the cargo hold of the ancient ship in a hurry, barely escaping the worm vein behind them. The brown veins were already scrolling across the floor, growing in size, and with each second, hungry to find a source of soul essence to devour. Noctis did not seem too enthusiastic about the prospect of fighting its own creation, and neither was Sonny. The last time he had destroyed the corrupted monster by killing its host, but this time he ran himself the risk of becoming the host. It was better to retreat and choose the battle wisely. Very soon they climbed at the hull of the broken vessel and lingered there for a few moments, looking up. Above them, the remaining ships of the defending fleet hovered and approached, and for some reason, reluctant to approach and continue the relentless onslaught. There were still around 40 ships left, but perhaps stunned by the death of their commander, or afraid of the sorcerer, the enemies remained in place. Then, as if following the order, the ships turned and flew back to the Ivory City. Sonny frowned. They're retreating? He glanced at Noctis, unsure of what's happening. The sorcerer stared at the sky for a few moments and sighed. Well, I have good news and bad news. Sonny did not like the sound of that at all. What is it? Good news is the eclipse is ending. And indeed, as soon as he said it, the crimson hue of the sky changed. Looking up, Sonny saw the shadow leaving the surface of the moon, which was returning to its usual silver color. Its position, though, suddenly felt very bad premonition. What's the bad news? Noctis pointed east. Turning around, Sonny saw the line of the pale lilac painting the sky above the horizon as the edge of the sun slowly appeared from the darkness of the sky below. The sorcerer grinned. The night is over. It's a new day. Chapter 730. Dying Wish. Oh, fuck, ladies and gentlemen, that was good. Noctis is the most kind and merciful person in the Kingdom of Hope. Sonny is his friend, so don't worry. You are deception. How don't trust in Noctis. They're all good and they're all pointy. Stream over. We can talk about those 15 chapters for a bit. We'll give it another 10 minutes. Nice 5-hour stream. Good reads. Those were good reads. Those were great reads. Those were, dare I say, fantastic reads. And holy fucking shit, so much goddamn happened. Oh my god. Right. 20 chapters tomorrow. I'll try and be less. I'll try and re-chat a little bit less tomorrow. Sorry. 1 minute. I need this. Bitch. Fucker. Can I? Fuck you. There we go. There you guys are. Mordred, where are you? Amen. Where the fuck is Mordred? Probably trying to find Hope, if I have to take a guess. Fucking who is following me? Oh my god, suck my dick and just show who the fuck is following me. I don't know who that is. Right. "20 chapters, you ain't getting through that without a 5-hour stream." Yeah. But yeah, where the fuck is Mordred? He's either trying to find a way to... He's either killed all of the residents of the Ivory City, which would be insane, or he's trying to find Hope. Those are my predictions for Mordred. He only read 5 chapters in the first 2 hours. Yeah, true. We were chatting mad shit for those first 2 hours. I can't lie. Let's close you down for a bit. And turn you into an actual fucking thingy. No. There we go. He's gonna try and fuck us over? Obviously, it's Mordred. I wouldn't expect anything else from Mordred. Might have to finish the second nightmare without a stream at this point. No. I'm streaming tomorrow. I don't care. But yeah, no. Fucking hell. Honestly, when it comes to the shit battles, right? When it comes to Sonny and the horse, not that fun. But for some reason, anytime G3 was talking about the snake as the spire messenger, he was on one. He was just like, yeah, no, this thing's a fucking merciless killer, and he's doing it in creative ways. So that's really funny. But when it came to the sky battles and Cassie, it was on game. He was treating it like it was a Star Wars mission. He was describing it like it was a Star Wars fight or some shit. And a lot of it was like kind of needlessly funny, I can't lie. A lot of this stream, a lot of these last couple of chapters has been G3 being accidentally funny. Like letting Sonny be that gigantic hewling monster that he is and throwing fucking pillars of iron. Did you know that Nephis is literally G3's Dark Souls 2 character? Oh, that makes so much sense. That's so fucking funny. I love that. But yeah. I reckon you read the next novel on your own. I think this is what I'm gonna do. I think for every volume at this point, when it comes to like the last 50-ish chapters, I'll probably read it with all y'all. Because I know the next volume is the longest volume I'm going to be reading. So I'm probably going to be a little bit longer than 10 chapters at a time again. Like how it was for the Forgotten Shore, and we'd be like every 10 to 30 chapters I was recording the video. I thought Sonny going from ship to ship slaughtering was cool as fuck. Shows the real difference between him and a regular Awakened. Yeah, exactly. And it is cool. It's just actively describing the fight wasn't good. Like, it just wasn't J3's strong suit. In comparison to, like, Cassie's one. In where he's like, she's going underneath the fucking islands, trying to skim through the massive, like, chains to try and get rid of all the ships. As she's bobbing and weaving all the fucking, like, the giant pillars being thrown at her. Like, he was being very creative with that. That was fun. I kind of wish we got a little bit more of Effie and Kai's perspective. Just a little bit. Like, maybe a fucking chapter of just them two. But from what we got of them, I appreciate it. I like it. I like Effie's, like, fuck it, we brawl kind of moment with the Iron Giant. That was sick. I wish we got an actual conclusion to that, though. And that last... Oh, and one more Cassie Glaze for, like, a second here. Her fucking dolphin... Her kamikazeing the fucking Iron Giant just to be saved by Noctis, and then Noctis being fucking thrown away. Insane shit. Insane. That was so fucking cool. Cassie, once again, back in the good books. Kai is going to ball, just believe him. I hope so. The next Chain Lord's the fucking dragon. That's his guy. Also, I've been correct so far about who's killing what Chain Lord. Sonny killed Sylvain, Kai's gonna kill Dragon, and Effie killed the Iron Giant. So far, that has been banger for who's gonna do what. Not the dog. Never mind. The cat's being fucking funny. There we go. Volume 5 has like 310 chapters. We can just Google it. We can just see. It's how I've been, like, guesstimating. Dread Knights. Volume 5 contains 310 chapters. El Brother. So what? It's 90, 250, 250, 100. Love that for me. Bro, 78 chapters of Antarctica have the same title. All of those chapters were P. Chapter 751 to 1060. Yep. All the Devils Are Here is volume 6. Is this longer? No, it's only 170 chapters. Yeah, that should be fine. No. But yeah, no. Honestly, Cassie, for the better half of, like, all these chapters so far, has been, like, actually on one. Like, she's low-key been kind of really fucking cool for a fat minute now. Annoyed we haven't seen Mordred yet. Kind of wish we got to see a little bit more of him. And Noctis fucking aura farming on Sylvain was exactly what I needed from not only his character, but to what happened to Sylvain. And that conversation with Sonny is exactly what I needed from fucking Sonny. Reaching the 1,000 soon. Fucking hopefully before summer. Fuck me. I still got another 2,000 chapters to catch up. And that's only half of Antarctica. Fuck my life. We're gonna be stuck in a cold for years. No. But overall, these 30 chapters have been... 30? 15. These 15 chapters have been great. Thank you all for watching. Being with me for these 5 chapters. Like I said, we're gonna be streaming again tomorrow, 6 a.m. Hit the notification bell so you don't fucking miss it. Alongside the little mini review, even though you've just gotten a mini review. And yeah. See y'all tomorrow. Bye. Bye. Because I know TikTok's going to be late with it. TikTok? YouTube. Thanks for reading it, bro. Yeah. 5 fucking hours. Oh my god, what do I... What the fuck did I do for those first 2 chapters? I feel like for the last 30...